In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning, everyone. Hello, thank you. It is the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron. I don't want to start the show like this. It makes me look arrogant. But boy, did I get them riled up yesterday. I don't know what I did. I don't know what I said. I just know when there's visual evidence of multiple people seething about me, and then I get an angry email from an anonymous person telling me that I'm a piece of shit and they hate my guts. I know that I did something to get them. I know that I know that hitting the goal and having fun is very upsetting to these people. I think I was supposed to be dead. I think I don't know what to tell you, but I know that all the right people are in all the right knots. And again, apparently it's all because of me, but I have no idea what I did. If I did hours and hours and hours just grifting and living off of these angry people, I would understand why they're mad. For the life of me, I don't know what I did. Is it the harmless little 3-second jabs and then back to the show? Is that it? Because if so, God, you guys, you've got big old wide gaping stinking pussies that you need to clean out because it's just a little rib. I hope you die. You're a piece of shit. You're the biggest fucking asshole. I'm going to follow everything you do. You guys are kind of psychotic. What? Did you hear what he said to us? I got him going again yesterday, from the Shuleys and all the other usual suspects to people creating emails and the comment sections. The toe got him again. So good morning, everyone. We've got an awesome show for you. I'm very excited. There is apparently something happening here. If you follow this Charlotte, North Carolina story, there's, I don't mean to crib Sam Cooke to start the show, but I do feel like a change gonna come. It does feel like, people are starting to notice a lot, and I don't know what started it. I don't know what. Can we pinpoint the exact moment? It does, and look, I dive too deep into some news stories. I get it. This Charlotte one is the tipping point. I think this Charlotte one, I mean, like I said, even Fox News is talking about racial crime statistics, I don't know. I want to say it's Israel. I want to say people started noticing, but goddamn, man, it could have started way back in COVID. It could have started way back in third grade. I used to sit beside Emmy Lou Hayes, a pink dress, a matching bow, and her ponytail. She kissed me on the school bus. She told me not to tell. Next day, I chased her around the playground, across the monkey bars to the merry-go-round. Mary Lou got caught passing me a note. Or Emmy Lou got caught passing me a note. Mary Lou was a whore. Before the teacher took it, I read what she wrote. Do you love me? Do you want to be my friend? And if you do, well, then don't be afraid to take me by the hand if you want to. I think this is how love goes. Check yes or no. My question is, if Emmy Lou got caught passing you a note, oh, he said before the teacher took it, I wrote what she wrote. Well, don't question George Strait. So this is where I'm looking for your guys' help this morning, because I was gathering some CNN clips about the Charlotte murder. If you don't know the details on the Charlotte murder today, the feds have stepped in, federal charges. This guy's facing a myriad of different execution possibilities. And a lot of people are very happy about this. This really seems to have galvanized white people especially to go, you know what, just because we get shit talked in the media all the time, just because, we get scapegoated for fucking everything in our, and have been told in our schools to feel shitty about ourselves for shit we didn't do, doesn't mean we have to sit here and watch this and just accept it. We are allowed to be mad about racial violence against people who look like us. Everybody, black people absolutely should. Latinos should. Asians should. Should be mad when you're attacked because of something you can't control, like the way you look. But in this case, the media, the mainstream media, they started by not talking about it because it doesn't fit their narrative. Now they've gone to making excuses. And when you start looking into this judge and you start looking into all these judges in all of these cities, holy shit, is it time to clean house? These people have dirty connections. They're sentencing people to lenient sentences because they've got deals or they've got a spouse or a friend that's connected to some business that benefits from the prison population being lower. I mean, you got, this guy had what, 14, 15, 16 prior arrests and felony charges and wasn't in jail. Unbelievable. Like, I understand second chances, but I don't know what holy book where it says you get 18 of them. So this one really seems like it's become the tipping point, and a lot of people have really started to kind of start following this stuff more, and it's alarming what you end up coming away with. I think also who the president is in this case matters. I know some of you are mad at me because I've been giving Trump shit. I don't think this term has gone as well as his first one. I know the circumstances aren't the same, but whatever. I will say that if he were not president, I don't think this would be pushed. If he were not president, I don't think this would be talked about. He's come out and talked about it. I mean, watching the video, not only of that girl get her neck cut, but then watching her sobbing and like crying, it's because she didn't die right away. She fell on the ground, then she died. It's a difficult video to watch. It will make you mad. But to watch all those people not help her, it's like we're in Sodom and Gomorrah, dude. Like, we're in hell. People wonder, they're like, Aaron, why are you slipping a little more religious stuff in the show nowadays? Why are you getting a little more God and Jesus and stuff like that? Because I'm paying attention. I'm paying attention, and I think a little more Jesus Christ in our culture and in our society would help, especially for the humility of it. But I watched that woman fall down out of her seat as she lie there dying, and nobody's helping. We shame the Daniel Pennies who help, who see danger and they confront it, and then we don't chastise the people who fucking sit there. Stay off of mass transit. Just stay away from it. It's not, if you value your life and your safety and your sanity and everything else, stay off of public mass transit. Take an Uber, take a Lyft. It's, the price you don't pay, you will pay in the price you pay. Let's go to some chats. Let's catch up with the audience here, and then we'll get into some of our Charlotte clips. I'm very interested in your guys' take on this. Where did all this noticing start? I think, as I think back now, COVID, I think, is a big one because a large chunk of the population went, wait a minute, you're fucking with us. And then I think George Floyd was a big one for a lot of people because it was like, oh, wait a minute. But what you're selling us and the violence that you're promoting and encouraging, it's not matching the facts of this case. We're being brainwashed here. And then I think the Israel stuff, because we've been told our whole life by our boomer parents that Israel are the good guys, and then we get to watch it and we go, This ain't what good guys do. This is what Nazis do. And then you look at this Charlotte thing, and it's just like you watch the corruption of Black Lives Matter. And I think it's just people are like, look, I'm willing to believe a story if you want to spin a yarn, but you can't keep showing me the exact opposite of your story and then wonder why I'm not buying it anymore. Let's go to some of the audience here. Oh, God. My audience is going drama, 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 drama. They don't like it. See, this is why I can take little pot shots and little drive-bys, but then I got to move on. See, my audience, little higher crust, they expect an actual show. I'm sorry. So I'll get through some of these real quick because some people want to shit on some people, and I just patience, please. Honky says Carl was so afraid of being shit on by a real-world person in Rich Voss that he kicked him off WATP in the event that Voss calls him a gay F-word for his cringe content. I mean, definitely he would have went like, who are these people? Who cares? You know, I can't do a fucking Voss impression. But you understand. And yeah, he's too autistic to do an actual show. He's like, I just have to get through my clips. So you got a legend with you. Just do a show with him. He can't. Again, Aaron was right. My Lost Interest says, what's next? Discriminating against Minnesota folk with large foreheads? What do you... Bro, I mean, I got to watch out for me and mine. All right? I got to look out for me and mine. That's why I'm so upset about this. Ivana Tinkle says we made a mistake by... I thought he meant we made a mistake by freeing the guy who was arrested a bunch of times, but he said we made a mistake by freeing them. I think he means black people. Oh, boy. See, now I haven't gone that far. I don't think that we... He's saying repeal the 13th. I'm not going there. Power Windows says, ironically, she was Black Lives Matter. Was she really? Do Canadian immigrants get into Ukrainian immigrant? Jesus. Do Ukrainian immigrants really get into American racial politics? That's weird to me. McBuster says if that lady was black and the stabber was white, there would still be riots ongoing now. I mean, and the media would justify it. The media would coddle it. The media would encourage it. They would call it a legitimate venting of frustrations because of the racial realities in this country. But it doesn't work the other way. Ablo Pacheco says justice should be one size fits all. It's a damn shame the pendulum keeps swinging from one side to the other. Nefarious says, I don't think they knew she was dying at first. Well, they knew she'd been cut. There was blood all over the place. Somebody could have helped. All right, Main Vein, we're on YouTube, buddy. I can't be keeping this shit up on the screen. Good morning, Aaron. The only change I want is total all right. Thank you, Main Vein. We appreciate your opinions. You can go in the Rumble chat and see what Main Vein had to say. I got channels on 5 platforms. I'm trying to keep all of them. I'm trying to add a number 6. You know? I got my audiences spread out over a shitload of platforms. I want to keep them on every single one of them. 191 Redbird says it's been like this for at least 70 years. COVID just forces large number of people to confront reality and calling us conspiracy theorists. Dave Smith did a show on conspiracy theories yesterday. I thought it was really good. It's, he was talking about how literally every big moment, every big event of the 21st century, the elite have lied to us about it in one form or another. It's like, yeah. So whatever story they give you on just about anything, especially the more it matters, is going to be a lie. I mean, yesterday... during the evening show, people were writing in, oh my God, Aaron, NATO's going to war over Poland. Russia bombed Poland, blah, blah, blah. And then Lindsey Graham, Dick Durbin, the warmongering Democrat from Illinois, he's out there tweeting, we need to stand up to Russia. Putin is testing us. We need this. Like he's basically going, this means war. He's ready to cut a check for Raytheon services. And then it turns out Russia was flying like intelligence drones They weren't armed. They didn't have weapons on them. They were flying them in Belarus. That's their ally. Near Ukraine, they ran out of fuel, and a couple of them crashed in Poland. Nobody was hurt. Nobody was attacked. No property was damaged. Nothing happened. In response, Poland scrambled some jets. Some NATO jets came in from the Baltic states, but it was, oh my God, the war. And the first thing Dick Durbin's doing is like, we got to stand up to Putin like he's banging the drums of war without knowing what the fuck he's even talking about. And then you wonder why we don't bite when these people put the bait in front of us. Nefarious says, you don't see blood spraying, you see blood drip from his knife. Well, that's what I meant. There was blood all over the place. Hulkamash says, is cutting his throat and watching him bleed an option? If not, I vote handing, but not next. I think he means hanging, but not neck snap, like suffocating hanging. I like the Braveheart idea. Remember when the guy in Braveheart cut his wife's neck? And so when they attacked that little post, they grabbed that guy, put him on the pole, they cut his neck too. I think a neck for a neck is fine here. I think a neck for a neck is the proper punishment. We're going to check those CNN clips in just a second. Hey, boys and girls, do me a favor. Let's really bust the like button today. We have not been busting the like button lately. Let's do that. Subs going up on Rumble, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, all the places. Keep doing that. Keep hitting subscribe and share and tell everyone I love this show. It's my favorite show. But even if you're lying, please do that. But hit thumbs up for sure. Throw a couple of bucks in. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. We crossed over 400 members on Rumble yesterday. So thank you guys very much. We are 100 gifted memberships away from 500, which would be an all-time steel toe Rumble record. 500 members. So everybody gift one today, and let's do it. Coltrane, yes. Coltrane says the other thing fucked up is nobody helped. They watched as she was bleeding out. Yeah, that's the thing that got me the most about the whole thing. Text coming in, this one from Ryobi says, putting blacks at the back of the bus was a bad idea. Always keep them in sight. Around blacks, never really. Another person texting in, I don't like how they keep showing the video over and over. I feel like they're trying to start something like Floyd. Wait, the media's trying to start racial strife to get people to fight with each other? I don't believe you. Here's what I wish black and white people were smart enough to do. I wish we were smart enough to go, let's say we have a representative of all black people, a representative of all white people. They go, see that murder on the bus? And the black guy goes, dude, that's fucked up. I'd be pissed if I were you. Yeah. And then he can show us that shooting in, Atlanta a few years ago, where that guy was running, the cop shot him, then the cop dropped his taser next to him and said the guy got his taser. I'd look at that, I go, yeah. Or the lady who got shot with the pot of boiling water, and I go, yeah, that's fucked up. That's bullshit. I'd be mad if I were you. And then we both agree on that, and then when the media tries to play it and goes, oh, black people, aren't these white people treating you like shit? We can both watch that and go, you see what they're trying to do? Let's go fuck them up. You see they're trying to get you and I to do the thing? Yeah, let's go fuck them up. These people are dog shit. We can't, though. We get tribal. We get tribal, and we close ranks around the people who look like us, which is like, it's human nature. I get it. But like, how great would it be if we could all just go, hey, that's fucked up regardless of color. That's fucked up regardless of color. But why are these media people continuously trying to get us, who are the same income level, the same class, the same struggles, the same problems? Why are they trying to get us to fight with each other? This seems like a weird manipulation thing. We don't. Los Federales with $1 says, this is how we need to deal with this situation. All right, ideas coming in on how we deal with the Charlotte situation. By the way, Mad Max Mardigan says, I can get behind you on all that, except the woman with the boiling pot of water. Dude, fuck that guy. She took the water off the stove because he told her to. And then I think she was clearly kidding when she goes, oh, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. And he goes, I'll fucking shoot you in the face right now. And you're like, whoa, dude. chill. That guy's trial is next month. I hope he goes to fucking prison. All right, here's Los Federales. This is how we handle this situation.
Deliberate on.
Guilty. That nigga is guilty.
Sir, settle down. You have to go deliberate.
I don't need to deliberate. Hang that nigga now. I got the rope right here.
Jesus. Is that how it should be? That's how you feel that issue should be adjudicated? I'm not a legal expert. I don't know what to tell you. Annoyed Wawa says that guy also got kicked from the military and multiple police departments beforehand. Fuck him. Oh, yeah. I forget his name every time we talk about him. He was an unrepentant piece of shit. Redbird with $1 says, look at how many blatant lies in the last 10 years have barely been caught. Then tell me with a straight face even half of what was in the history books is true. I know that's the craziest part about getting older, is realizing that the world you live in, like the stuff the world you live in tells you happened before you got here, is probably not even close to what actually happened. That like you're living in the country that won. So, Mad Max Mardigan says, don't get me wrong. I fully hope and believe the cop will go to jail. However, she was asking for it. Really? I didn't see that, Mad Max Mardigan. One day you'll have to convince me that lady was asking for it. I thought that kind of, I'll be honest with you, buddy. I thought that kind of escalated quickly, but who knows? Maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe you guys see in the chat what you guys think. We can watch it again today too. All right, let's get started. We've got, 275 is our number for today. How about a little 230? I like that. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. We did a long evening show last night. We also did a members-only show yesterday on Rumble and YouTube, so go check those out. That one was actually fun. I mean, we were doing Buc-ee's walkthroughs, Wawa walkthroughs, this old-ass Irish pub in New York, some delis and shit. It was a lot of fun. The audience came up with a really interesting concept for the members-only show yesterday, and we'll do the next one on Sunday. We'll do the one for this week. This one yesterday was makeup for last week. I don't think the look on this woman's face, this Ukrainian migrant's face, I think that's burned into my memory. I mean, it's just so scary to think that these were her last moments and this is how she spent them. And you just hope that you hope she didn't struggle for very long, but it's clear when you watch the whole video that we can't play on YouTube. She did struggle for a long time. And that sucks that like this poor girl, like her last moments on this earth, she was fucking scared shitless, bleeding out, terrified, not doing anything wrong. Can't find anyone to say a negative word about her. Meanwhile, this fucking monster, and he looks like a demon. This demon had been in and out of jail, had been in and out of arrests, had been, over a dozen times. And they just kept letting him go. I mean, it's almost like they wanted this to happen. It's almost like they put garbage out on the streets, hoping that they'll do something to good people. And I'm sorry, I think we need a president who somehow can get constitutional carry to be a federal thing. There should be no government on this earth that tells you are not legally allowed to protect yourself. These fucking savage animals get on buses with knives to cut your throat with. If a guy had a gun in this situation, he wouldn't have been able to protect himself anyway. But at least let these people carry it so that animals and demons like this know what they're facing when they pull some shit. But we have states. I mean, it's incredible. Now, Minnesota has carry. You can carry in Minnesota. Thank goodness. It's the one thing they haven't taken away. But, hey, just wait for this special session. They might try to take that away. Who knows? But constitutional carry should be a thing. The Second Amendment is your concealed weapons permit. And if more people were carrying, I do think that demons like this would think twice before pulling some shit. This is Van Jones. We have a short clip and a long clip today. I want to ask you if you think Van Jones would have had this same take on Derek Chauvin. I want you now. Remember when this guy cut this woman's throat, he said, "I got that white bitch." Now, if you don't think the Van Jones of the world, if you don't think the CNNs of the world, the MSNBCs, the Rachel Maddows, all these, these race gripers, if you don't think that a guy like him is the chickens coming home to roost from the seeds these fuckheads have been planting for all these years, you're wrong. You tell enough schizophrenic, crazy people, white people are the devil, white people are evil, white people are bad, white people are your problem, it's all white people's fault. Eventually, you're going to get a crazy guy on a bus thinking he accomplished something by stabbing a little white girl in the throat. So, yeah, these are Van's chickens coming home to roost, and this is how he qualifies this. Dude, until white people can own their shit and until black people can own their shit, none of this is going to get better. The more we deflect every time, like you heard us talk about that police officer in the boiling water case, multiple white people in our chat. Fuck him, dude. An asshole.
We don't know why that man did what he did.
Yes, we do. I got that white bitch. We know why he did what you don't like. Look at his face. You don't believe that, dude. You know you're full of shit. You can't bring yourself to admit that maybe your ideology is a little off. That it's a little fucked.
We don't know how to deal with people who are hurting in the way this man was hurting. Hurt people hurt people. What happened was horrible. No one mentioned the word race, white, black, or anything except him.
Except him. Nobody mentioned the word white, race, black, anything except him. Hey, guys, nobody said this was about Jews except Hitler. So I don't really know why we're calling this an anti-Semite. I don't know why we're calling the Nazis anti-Semites. I mean, nobody said anything about hating Jews except for them. Unbelievable. Hurt people. That's what we're going with. Derek Chauvin was having a hard day, Van. Having a tough time. What is that? One more time, Van.
No one mentioned the word race, white, black, or anything except him.
Right. That's kind of the only thing that matters. Why would anybody on the bus mention it? Why would she? Hey, Van, she couldn't mention it. She was choking on her own blood. But I wonder if maybe the N-word didn't cross her mind. Thank God we don't have mind reading technology yet, because here's what might happen to Van Jones on CNN. They might run her brain scan before she died, and a racial slur might have popped into her head, and the whole story would have been about how this hateful, evil, racist woman, maybe it's a good thing that there's one less racist out there. That might be the way you guys actually try to spin this. If the way you're trying to spin it now is, what was that? Nobody mentioned race except for him. I want to try and use that in the defense of some white guy who commits a hate crime. Who goes, now this doesn't happen anymore, but yeah, I hung that black guy from a tree, that N-word. Blah, 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 blah. I want to see Van Jones on CNN go, well, it's not really a hate crime. Nobody mentioned race except for the guy who lynched the dude. Now, there's a difference between this story and this lynching I came up with. White people don't lynch black people anymore. Thank God Democrats have grown up a little bit. But like nobody mentioned race except for him. Hurt people. I don't know, Van. He seemed fine to me. And every victim of every one of his crimes before this, he seemed fine about that. I don't know how much hurt people this really is, but I mean, nice way to try to spin it, I suppose. Redbird with $1 says even if she had a gun, she was dead the moment she sat with her back to him. But at least someone on the train could have done what was needed afterwards. That's kind of my thought, too. Main Vein with $1 says we get tribal for survival. We need to get more tribal and grow bigger balls. We certainly need to stand up to the media. We certainly need to tell the media, no, look, You gave all these rioters and everything else all the benefit of the doubt. It's our turn now. We get the benefit. Whites get the benefit of the doubt. We get to be angry. We get to be mad on this one. All right? Dudapest says, white girl surrounded by black men waiting to board a train. I think I've seen this video before. No, it's a different video, my man. It's a different video. Phantom X says, any oil princes want to comment to Aaron with a dono about the lack twink on TikTok that's talked about targeting you whites and how it's just getting started. I don't know what that means. I would welcome an explanation. Tigger Next Door says, hey, Tigger Next Door, good to see you. Hey, guys, I miss Tigger Next Door. Get that boy a sub. Get him a membership. Minnesota state law states you have to retreat from the threat as far as possible before pulling your gun. Oh, God. Minnesota is in no way perfect on gun rights. It's not even close. I'm just saying we do have carry in this state. Somebody, too, says, sometimes I wonder if we brought back public hangings to people who do this shit, would it actually start making people think twice right now because they get a slap? Yes! Yes, it's these slap on the wrists and putting these people back out into the public that causes these things. Very rarely do these violent murderers kill on their first crime. There's always a trail. It's kind of like school shooters where you go, oh, wow, there were a shitload of red flags here that we could have done something about. Remarkable. So, yeah, no, if we brought back public hangings, shit, man, we don't even have to go back that far. If we would just start throwing people in prison for violent crimes, we'd probably be okay. No more no cash bail. None. No. Historically White says Israel could at least help us with these journalists. Yeah, there you go. Mossad, do you want to change your reputation with Americans? Trampling at the Zoo says if a black girl sat down in front of him, she would not have been stabbed. It's simple. I agree. I don't, that's 1,000% true. And if that girl would have stayed off public transit, she would have been safe. MSO says, I think you have it wrong. It's more the fault of the judges that put him back on the street. I'm sorry. Did I not say judges? I'm sorry if I didn't. I feel like I've said that we need to be putting these violent offenders in jail and that these judges need to stop putting people back in the street. I agree with you, MSO, 100%. I agree with that take as well. I'm sorry if I didn't make that clear before. So now we have another CNN story. This is a little bit longer one. Listen to the spinning that the CNN panel members do to try and make this not the white George Floyd. By the way, George Floyd was a piece of shit, drug addict, criminal asshole, right? And in this case, you have a girl who never hurt anyone in her life. Never harmed a hair on anyone's head, was a good, decent, law-abiding person. If you want to talk about, like, victims, this woman is far more innocent than George Floyd ever was, and multiple cities were burned down because of it. There is a whole section, a whole neighborhood in Minneapolis that's just stuck in time because they ain't rebuilding shit. Let's take a look.
Absolutely.
One of the discussions that we've had earlier this week is that one of the failures that we have is that we have not figured out how to actually provide that kind of care. Mm-hmm. That, you know, if someone is actually seriously mentally ill, maybe on the verge of violence, where do they go?
I will say she doesn't have a terrible point there. But first of all, you commit as many crimes as this guy does, prison. That's where you go. You go to prison. Be kooky as fuck in there. Be crazy. Go ahead. I don't give a shit. Be a nut bar in there. Hate Whitey in there. They're all the guards anyway. But as far as where do the mentally ill go in general, I think that's a great point. I think you see with a lot of this internet shit, there's dangerous, paranoid, schizophrenics and psychotic people, and people don't really fully understand what mobilizing those people means, and it's fucking retarded. And I think this is the case where, like, a Ronald Reagan really fucked up. And Ronald Reagan closing down the funding for state hospitals because, well, being conservative means smaller government. How about a little bit smaller military? So we got to be in like a NATO and the UN, but then also foot the bill and have military bases all over the world. Then let's cut out the middleman, get rid of the NATO, or cut down our military. We don't have to do both. How about a few $1 billion every year? You rebuild the state hospitals and the taxpayers will pay to house the cunts. You're going to be in a padded room for the rest of your life. You can't be around other people. That would be great. My tax dollars going to that instead of bombing the country where the next 9/11 guy is going to come from? No, thank you. I'll take the state hospitals. It would keep us safe. Not to mention the money we would save on welfare, the money we would save on incarceration, the money we would save on prosecuting, the damage done in terms of lives and property. Reagan fucked up on amnesty and Reagan fucked up on closing down the state hospitals. So I agree with this woman there. Let's build nut houses again.
We're unwilling
Except
to
on the
put
street.
in
Or North Carolina, not on the verge of violence, actually demonstrated violence in the past and nobody flagged it. Actually, the police, to your point, said, we're going to refer you to more resources, and that went nowhere. So there were multiple...
What do you mean nobody flagged it? He served time for his violent offenses. In the
Not
past.
for his schizophrenia.
Why
That's not a crime.
That's not a crime.
No, I know, but I'm saying that...
You know what? I'm going to say it. Schizophrenia should be a crime. We should criminalize schizophrenia. I'm sorry, you were born broken. Your mom smoked too many unfiltered cigarettes. I don't know what it was, but you're a fucking danger to yourself and everyone around you. You gotta go. You gotta go. We just can't afford to keep you around. You're a ticking time bomb. It's like having a rabid dog in your house. Fuck it.
That was compounding this entire issue.
Yeah, I know,
the
but I'm
fact that he
saying-
lashed out violently on that
I know,
train.
I'm just saying, he did actually serve time for the violent offenses
Yes.
that he committed.
But he was a career criminal, a repeat offender who was let back onto our streets despite a really bad criminal record that suggests he should have been locked away
Longer.
for life because he was threatening the public. He was a menace to society.
He should have been locked away for life for what now?
He should have...
Just an accumulation. Like, you know how you can, there are knockouts that occur with one punch, right? Like a murder. That's one punch. Hey, you got to go. You murdered somebody. Although we don't even really do that anymore. And then there's what's called an accumulation of punches. You didn't get hit by one specific shot necessarily. It was just a lot of them overwhelmed you. You're out. This guy was an accumulation of punches guy. He had clearly displayed that polite society was not the place for him. I mean, imagine just because of your skin color, why is it that these people who cry about racism the most are the biggest race hustlers there are? Because the fact of the matter is, and you can't tell me different, the only reason she's sticking up for this asshole in Charlotte about how, well, he went to prison for his crimes, he shouldn't have been locked away longer. The only reason she's defending him is because of the color of his skin and the color of his victim's skin. Because she does not have the tie to humanity. She sees skin color first. She does not have the tie to humanity to go, there is no argument here. This is fucked up. This guy should die. Instead, she has to find a way to defend it because she's worried other people will make the point that we have a black criminality problem in the United States.
Schizophrenia.
You want him to...
Is it just a coincidence that when you look at the racial breakdown of the top 5 crime cities violent crime cities in America, boy, there seems to be a lot of diversity? That when you look in the most violent neighborhoods of Chicago, are white people just going in there and brainwashing black people to shoot each other and others? It's like at some point, the numbers don't lie. I know there's 3 lies, damn lies, and statistics, but sometimes it's fucking overwhelming. And I know correlation is not causation, but when the correlation is at every turn, you got to think there might be some relation.
You actually said that. I can't believe you actually said that. Somebody should be locked away in jail forever for schizophrenia.
Sure, yeah. If you're violent and you commit a violent crime and then you have schizophrenia, sorry, we don't need you. You're not necessary. You can be sent away. There's nothing any of us are going to benefit you being around. You can go.
Did you really say that?
isolated.
Did you really say that?
In an institution.
Yeah.
This is actually,
What you're saying is.
All right, no. I have an idea. Let's live in her world. Let's build like a augmented reality thing. Let's create her world in a simulation, and then let's create your world, and let's see where people are happier, healthier, safer, and more well off. Is it the one where if you're a violent criminal who has schizophrenia, we lock you in a padded room and forget you exist and just remove you from society? Or the one where we let you out 17 times? Let's create those two worlds. Let's put them side. We don't need to debate this. We don't need to argue. I'm not going to debate with you, Jerry. This isn't a debate. We don't need to discuss this. These are as close to a fact as you can get. Locking psychotic, violent weirdos up is a better society for everyone else than having a psychotic, mentally ill nut bar out there hurting people.
That this man should have been roaming the streets.
I'm saying
is
that
that
you don't
your
lock
position?
people in prison for schizophrenia.
An institution.
What kind of institution?
The ones that Ronald Reagan closed. Let's find out how much they cost per year. What does it cost? Does it cost $30 billion? Let's cut the military budget by $30 billion, and let's have fully funded state hospitals for nut bars, and let's shame mental illness. I'm down with it.
Institutions in terms of mental health care services.
Yes.
If you're talking about providing full wraparound services for people, I understand that. But at some point, people do get out when they.
They don't have to. They don't have to. Not everyone can handle freedom. Sorry. That's it. As I get older and I grow up, I realize that libertarianism is retarded, childish nonsense. Not everyone can handle it. Not everyone is mentally capable of enjoying and handling freedom responsibly. Alcohol is fine. Have a beer with the game. Some people can't. Some people cannot handle alcohol and they have to be kept away from it. Same thing with liberty. Oh, every soul breathing deserves liberty. Yes, I agree with that 100%. Every soul breathing deserves liberty, but not all of them should have it. Sorry.
Have been treated and rehabilitated.
Sure, but that didn't happen here. He didn't go to an institution at all.
But you're
and so he stabbed a woman.
Well, that's because we're a shining beacon on a hill.
Locked away for life.
There's thousands and thousands of people in America, more than tens, hundreds of thousands, who have been diagnosed with schizophrenia that are walking around and that are leading.
Scary as fuck, isn't it? Scary as fuck.
Fairly normal lives because they are under treatment.
A lot of people.
So are we going to lock up everybody with schizophrenia for life?
This is what they're doing. They're absolutely hijacking. They're taking one thing she said and they're like, let's make it about this because now we don't have to make it about black on white violence. We don't have to talk about the real issue that has people mad in this story, that my media has been shaming me for being white my entire life. And every time one white person does anything to one black person, I got to hold the bag for it. Well, guess what? I think once in a while, after about 19 of those in a row for us, we get one. I think we should be allowed to get one where we get to vent for a couple of days.
He demonstrated violent proclivities.
You got black people stabbing our daughters. You've got trans people shooting our children. When do we get to be mad? All right? We shame ourselves. We sit there and we self-flagellate white people. Oh, God, why did that cop do that? Oh, that was so bad. Oh, when do we get to be mad too? When do we get to look at the thing that our grandparents built and go, I don't like that this is falling the fuck apart. I don't like that the country that was built by my ancestors is falling the fuck apart. I'm mad. I'm angry and I have a reason to be. When do we get to do that? I don't hate anybody. I don't think my skin color makes me better than anybody. I want everybody to live together. I want everyone to be happy and safe. But when do I get to be mad? I get to watch some people burn down the fucking state I live in. And I don't get to be upset and say that I would like the racial violence numbers to go down.
You said he should be locked away for life for schizophrenia.
And then white people get criticized. Well, you guys moved away to the suburbs. Good. We should have. It was a great idea. I grew up in the suburbs. I live in them now. It's fucking fantastic. You know where I wouldn't want to live? The city. So, like, if we go, all right, we're going to choose to remove ourselves from the situation because it ain't good for us. Oh, why did you leave all these people behind? Oh, now there's this, now there's that. That ain't my responsibility. That's the responsibility of the people left there.
Be institutionalized. Yes, and if you're saying he should not, you're saying that young women like you and me are basically just, we're lambs into the slaughter.
It is interesting that we're all pro-women and we all need to be progressive and we all need to support women's rights. Okay, here's a good example. The last election, remember this election is for women, for women's rights? That was when they wouldn't let you kill a baby in certain states. Can't kill the baby inside you in certain states, which, okay, I can understand. That would make some women mad. Great. How about getting your throat cut on the bus by a career criminal that they don't lock away? That's not something that we should be fighting for women on? Okay.
Go on public transportation in this city, that could happen to any single one of us.
I use public transit constantly.
All right, don't. Buy a car.
That is completely unhinged, frankly. People shouldn't be locked away for mental illness. They should be treated for it.
In an institution.
I don't need, right, in an institution. I agree with her. I don't need to be your fucking test bunny for these crazy fucks. I didn't sign up to be a fucking lab rat in your MK Ultra experiments. Hey, let's take a fucking crazy schizo and let's just unleash him on the public and see what happens. I vote no. Put him in a fucking rubber room where he belongs.
Yes.
For life?
What's this?
Should be isolated from society.
I get stalked by schizophrenics. It ain't good. It ain't pretty.
Hold on, we're gonna.
That's the end of the clip. Look, the way they wanted to steer that conversation away from anything but race, but then still kind of end up kind of making the point anyway, kind of funny. Mudbutt Beardo with $4.99 says he would get a Medal of Honor if your candidate Gavin wins in 2028. I did rightfully catch some shit for that take yesterday. I did say yesterday that I'm so scared of Peter Thiel that I would consider voting for Gavin, that I would vote for Gavin. I won't say, I'm not going to soft sell it. I'll say what I said yesterday. I'm so terrified of Peter Thiel and his Brave New World that I would vote for Gavin Newsom over J.D. Vance. I'm still not ready to fully back off of that yet. Tim Dillon said he'd support Marjorie Taylor Greene over J.D. Vance. I think I would too. But, you know, we need a Perot again. We need somebody extreme to come in. Extreme times call for extreme measures. In one man's humble opinion. Redbird with $1 says it's the same old story. We had a solution and then the government decided it could improve things. Right. They could improve these things. They could build a brave new world for us. Oh, shit. Mike Go says schizos are a loose cannon. Lock them the fuck up. Add that with a primal. I think is that an ape or a gorilla? With nothing to lose. Oof. He ain't bullshitting, dude. I don't consent to being a product in some kind of psychotic death cult experiment. No, thank you. Chips and Diff says PayPal is Peter Thiel. Should we stop donating on PayPal? No, that's fine. I love Peter Thiel. Guys, although if you want to do Rumble or Venmo or YouTube instead, that's totally fine too. Hey! Everybody throw in a contribution on anything but PayPal right now and say F Peter Thiel. If you are worried about Peter Thiel's Brave New World, I think the best way you can express that right now is by contributing to Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo, Rumble, YouTube, etc. Whoever wrote that in, That is a great idea. Stick it to Peter Thiel, stick it to big tech, and contribute on Rumble and Venmo. I can't say big tech and then encourage you to give on YouTube, right? Can I? Nah, do that too, because we're just sticking it to Peter Thiel in this instance. 191 Redbird with $1. See, that doesn't go to Peter Thiel. Says suicidal empathy, just not in her neighborhood. Right. Ablo Pacheco says, PayPal was also Elon Musk. I will still use it. Well, look, it's all up to you guys. It's all up to you guys. Oh, God, a lot of text messages coming in from this one. Well, I'm Charlotte. The mentally ill just get admitted to the mental health facility that the judge is a board member of. Oh, yeah, did you guys hear that one? One of the judges that let this asshole out of jail, or let him walk, no cash bail and all that stuff. The judge or the judge's spouse is a board member for like some kind of mental health rehabilitation company. It's interesting. That's all. All You Can Eat Negro says, or do what I do and sink $1,000 a month into Bitcoin. Well, I don't have Bitcoin, so don't give it to give it to me. Tim Finman says Venmo only via browser, Rumble rant, Fug giving Google a cut in the app. I like that. If you're going to donate via Rumble, do it in the browser. Save yourself some money, I say. And so let's if you really want to stick it to Peter Thiel, you know what you do? You donate to the toe via Venmo and Rumble rants and gifted memberships. That's what you do. Hey, look at this. $5 from Luke on Venmo. He says, fuck Peter Thiel. Look at that, guys. That is brave. I am really appreciating the bravery I'm seeing out of this audience today. $5 on Venmo and fighting back against the New World Order. Wonderful, Luke. Thank you very much. I just want to see if we have people who will be resistant to our overlords by giving steel toe money. That this accomplishes two things. I get to do a fun little bit that makes us all smile. We're having a good time. But then also people who hate watch steel toe are like, see what he's doing? How can he do that? When you smile and you have a shit-eating grin and you giggle about stuff, they don't get that portrays sarcasm, happiness, having a good time. It's right over the old head. Right over the old head. All right, I'm going to get mad about this one too. We're getting mad today. You guys want to get mad today? You want to vent a little bit? Yesterday, yesterday we were all happy. The Vikings won. The Vikes are 1-0. J.J. McCarthy had an amazing fourth quarter, really left us on a high. Today, I think we can vent a little bit. We can rap with each other a little bit today. $265 away from today and $100. Or $100. 100 memberships away from 500, which would be an all-time record. I think 460 is our all-time record. I think it's 471 is our all-time membership record on Rumble. Keep it going. Keep it going. Let's hit today's goal. And, oh, my God, we're already on Wednesday, right? So today's goal and tomorrow's goal, perfect week for the toe. And by the way, pretty much a beg-free week. Monday, nothing. Last night, it was done in like an hour. Yesterday, Johnny was the one who had to beg because he was in a competition. I thought that was fun. Gave me the day off from it. So it's early enough, man. It ain't even 7 o'clock. Everybody just start throwing in 2s, 5s, and 10s, and we won't worry about it today either. Thank you. Things have been going great for the toe. Views are up. Subscriptions are up. You guys are the absolute best. Oh, boy. $5 from Von Kaiser. He says, yeah, fuck Peter Thiel. But wait a minute, that's on PayPal. I thought you couldn't say fuck Peter Thiel and be on PayPal. $5 from Adam Simon on PayPal. He says, F Peter Thiel. Matthew Q with $2 says, I will not follow Peter Thiel or Peter Pan into the Brave New World or Never Neverland. I don't think you guys are understanding how the fuck Peter Thiel thing works. You guys are doing it all on PayPal, though. I thought PayPal was the bad guy. Silverwolf with $5 on YouTube. Now, see, I think that's an F. Peter Thiel thing. He says, I just found a can of Spam in a cubby in the back of one of my Fox Body Mustangs. Looks like meat is back on the menu, boys. Also, resist the NWO. I guess. Redbird with $1 says, this will wind you up. Uh-oh. Are we having a WPH right now? Oh, boy. 250 away from today. Hobo's giving me shit about Mersh being embarrassed yesterday. That might have been what got people wound up. Hobo says Mersh is a cunt, but what does that make Aaron? Father and a way more productive member of society? Sorry. I saw some weirdo wrestler guy who was like tweeting at some guy I've never heard of or talked to. He was tweeting at me like, you're a piece of shit for talking about my friend Mersh. Your life is falling apart, blah, blah. And there's all this projecting and there's all this wishful thinking from these people. They're like, your life is falling apart. I'm like, I'm positively capital. Like, the biggest problem I have in my life right now is whether or not I'm hitting the goal every day. It's pretty sweet. We got Canelo versus Crawford this weekend. My kids and I just came back from a weekend at the water park. I hate to break it to you. I know all these people want me to be falling apart, but like, I don't know. I'm wrapping up shit that's going very well. I've got, the love of my family. I've got a beautiful girlfriend. I'm sorry, guys. I know I was supposed to, I guess, be dead by now, but like that Danny guy who tweeted about it, I'll tell you this. You're doing a great job living in your delusion about me already. I would say let it go. It's not good for you. Just walk away from it. But you're doing a good job of living in your Aaron's falling apart delusion. I say keep it up. I fully encourage it. I like watching delusion run wild. $1 from Ryobi says, Tear Hitler. I think he means Teal Thitler. Plankton with $1 says, PayPal owns Venmo, dummies. Aha, you guys are giving money to PayPal and Venmo and helping Peter Thiel build a robot army that's going to enslave us. Good job, dickheads. $5 from Adam Simon on Venmo says, oops, my bad. I meant to do that here. F that sissy CEO. Well, apparently it's both. I'm sorry. I apologize. Dead Game says, prove it. SP is an illusion. I saw her on a dating site last week. Oh, I'm going to have a talk with that cunt. Is that what I'm supposed to say? Sorry. I don't, you got to tell me what my line is when you do that. What are we at? 245. Holy shit. Thanks for that little run, guys. Thanks for the little rally. Oh my God, it's almost 2:30. Fantastic. All right, let's go to this next one. Hobo says, Aaron, I don't want you to fall apart. See, you understand. I still think you're lovable. Oh, thank you, Hobo. I should just stop there. But you can be a loser, too. Go back to old steel toe. That's what I've been doing. I'm yelling about race and being very funny doing so. I understand. No, the problem we have is Mersh started shit-talking my co-host and was a dick to him. So I take little shots at him here and there. Mersh responds by obsessing about steel toe. You like both of us. I'm putting you in a bad spot. I can appreciate that, Hobo. I'm sorry. I like it. That's why I don't go any harder. Just having some fun. Dill Pickle with $4.99 says, did I hear someone say WPH? Let's get those green boys going. No, nobody said WPH. We're just talking about the news. That's all it is. And also, you guys seem a little gassy. Have you guys had too many beans? Because it's 240 in here. Hey! It's too far. That's the other thing. All those donations come in. I spend a little more time with you guys in the chat. I feel closer as a family. Thank you. All right, let's go to this next one. Thank you for the rally. Thank you for the run. People are now getting nervous because it's close to 2:30 and we may have to go to the dentist. You know, if you keep water picking, you don't have a 2:30. This story pisses me off. So, like, totally fine. If a teacher wants to, like if a boy tells his middle school teacher, I want to be a girl. All right. The teacher can hide that from the parents. The teacher can start brainwashing the kid because the teacher's got a fucking rainbow flag up in the classroom. They can proselytize homosexuality. They can proselytize transgenderism. They can manipulate people's children and brainwash them. And a decent chunk, I don't think a majority, but a decent chunk of the population will stand up for them and defend their right to do it because they're fucking insane. That's one thing, and that's enough to get you pissed off as a parent. Wait until you see what they did to this football coach in Clarksville, Tennessee. This is truly amazing, this Clarksville story. And in and of itself, I might say about this story, well, shit. It's religion. You got to be careful about religion in school. But because you get to proselytize LGBTQ horse shit, and then you're kicking people out for other shit. Let me just hit play. You can see what I'm talking about. I'm beginning to babble.
And students are protesting a controversial move by a football coach in Clarksville. Thanks for.
These two should switch outfits. I want to see this one wearing that and this one wearing this. I'm now playing Mr. Potato Head and Barbies with the news people. I'm a misogynist. Hello.
Joining us at 6 o'clock, I'm Tracy Cornett.
And I'm Marius Payton.
I'm Lauren Lowry. They say the coach was kicked out of the game for pushing his religion on other players.
Our Dryden Quigley has the story.
On Friday night, Northwest High's assistant football coach got kicked out of the football game during halftime. Now, there are two sides to this story. The school says that they got a complaint that he was pushing his religion on players, while parents and students argue he did nothing wrong.
Oh, God forbid. This coach probably would have been fine if he would have told all the players, hey, cutting your cock off and dressing like a chick is totally cool. That's fine. But bringing out a Bible and sharing the word of, everyone's Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, that's a problem. Okay, you can tell when a society's falling apart based on where its priorities and values are. And when you are fighting for teachers to be able to hide gender identity horseshit from children's parents, but you want to kick a football coach out of a football game because he's telling those kids about Jesus Christ, yeah, you're fucked at that point. Now, if you want to throw both of those teachers out because we don't talk about those kind of things in school around children, that should be for mom and dad. Okay, I can respect that, sure. Or if you want to say that all of it's allowed, I like that a little less, but okay. It's all, at least there's no hypocrisy. But the fact that you are actively kicking Jesus Christ out of schools and keeping Sodom and Gomorrah in, we've lost our way.
Senior Alyssa Skolma was at the game when it happened. She says Coach Trey Campbell had prayed with students and was holding his Bible.
Wow.
He was called over by our principals, and they told him that if he did not put his Bible down, then he had to leave.
This is disconcerting to me. Because again, if a student came up to him and said, don't tell my parents, but I think I'm a girl, he could go ahead and help that student, never tell their parents, or help. Helping that student would be like, it's a phase. You'll grow out of it. Just fucking relax. If you're gay, you're gay. It's whatever. Play with some dolls, go to some clubs. I guess they're in high school. You wouldn't go to clubs. But play with some dolls, Do like a David Bowie phase, be in your David Bowie era. And then, usually in a couple years, you grow out of it.
She said she was heartbroken and watched him walk out in tears with a police officer.
And it wasn't even like a group prayer. It was like individuals coming up to him, which I think that's being misinterpreted. Like he was leading a group prayer, which he's not.
Other parents.
Even if he was, it's fine. You got a bunch of guys at a football game who are about to go in there and possibly get their fucking brains rattled for the rest of their lives, asking the Almighty for a little extra protection. That would be, that's okay. Think about that. Think about what they kicked him out for. He's like, guys, hey, come in here. Let's throw up a few prayers to a God. Maybe someone's listening. Maybe they're not. Who knows? But why don't we throw up a suggestion, a request for some extra protection from severe brain damage at 17 years old? Get that piece of shit out of here. The coach who sends the kid in with a bad knee so he can get a torn ACL, that guy's fine. He doesn't get punished. He's tough. But the guy who wants to pray a little bit that these kids don't have their brains turned into mashed potatoes, that guy's he's a threat. You know, Christians got to start behaving more like Muslims. Now, I don't mean like that. But Christians have to start behaving more like Muslims in that Muslims wouldn't stand for this. You know? You got to stand up for your religion and stand up for your faith and go, I'm not fucking going anywhere. I will talk about Jesus Christ and all that stuff during this football game all I fucking want to. Just be glad I'm not standing on the bleachers doing a sermon. I will sit here. I will pray with these kids. You can drag me. You can have the police drag me out for trespassing. You can take a man with a Bible in his hands, praying about Jesus Christ, and you can have the visual on the news of the police dragging that man out of a football game. I fucking dare you.
Wanted to talk to us too, but stayed anonymous in case their kids faced backlash.
Wow.
My son, who's of a different religion than him, never ever felt like he was being pushed in any direction when it came to religion. A prayer was offered and he could include himself or not include himself. It was up to him.
See? Even that fucking Jew baby wasn't offended. No. It's not. No, it sounds bad when I say it like that. I meant it as a compliment.
The school says there's more to it, though,
Oh.
writing to us in part saying, it's my understanding that the concern was not with private prayer, but that the principal received a concern that an employee was proselytizing in their official capacity.
Yeah, quit proselytizing. By the way, nice rainbow flag you got up on your wall there, teacher. Oh, and that speech you gave about homosexuality and transgenderism and all that and being open and accepting towards it. I thought that was a wonderful thing you said in the middle of your fucking, algebra class. But I don't want any proselytizing at this school. It won't be tolerated.
We will investigate, and I can share more when that investigation has concluded.
I want to see a last train to Clarksville, only in a different way.
Is a constitutional violation for public school staff to require prayer, but they can join students in prayer if it's voluntary.
Right. The guy didn't require prayer. You can voluntarily, this separation of church and state thing, people have it all fucked up. They think that it's like no religion ever. No, you are free to practice your religion wherever the fuck you would like to. The state cannot make people engage in prayer. The school cannot make you pray. But if you want to get together in school, I mean, fuck, some of these public schools are building Muslim prayer rooms for Christ's sake. For Christ's sake. South Park nailed it. Either all of it's okay or none of it's okay. Kid wants to, pray to Mecca during school, go fucking bananas. If you're late to class, that's on you, but, your religion's important, so it's fine, whatever. If a kid wants to throw up a prayer to old JC before a test, totally fine. Coach wants to pray with some other kids that want to pray during a football game, that their brains don't get beat in, there is nothing wrong with that.
Today, Alyssa said to show support,
home of the Vikings,
Bibles to school.
I think it's really impacting everybody.
Alyssa and the parents all said they hope to see Coach Campbell back in school soon. In Clarksville, Dryden Quigley, WSMV4.
They're the home of the Vikings. They'll be successful until the postseason. Thank you very much to Anonymous Fake Dono with $10. Says F. Peter O'Toole, damn English actors. No, I think they were donating to the show to say F. Peter Thiel, not F. Peter O'Toole. I'm sorry, it's a different. See, I think, you know what, guys? I think that got away from us. I think that got away from us a little bit. Hey, guess what that $10 brings us down to today? It's $230. Hey. 100 gifted memberships away from 500 and $230 away from our goal. That means, are your teeth feeling okay? I should get a dentistry live read. I got to find dentistry websites. And I got to see if they'll do like a promo code for the toe, like promo code 230. And we got to see when they can sponsor 230 on the show every day. Brought to you by Delta Dental. Sign up for dental coverage today and use the promo code 230 and get a hell of a deal. That's what we ought to do. 230 is the number. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. Now, here's the deal. The audience has also said PayPal was started by Peter Thiel, so you gotta donate today, but you gotta donate against PayPal. It's got to be Venmo, Rumble, YouTube, all of that. It's anti Peter Thiel. Oh boy. Coltrane says, and yet they are fine with forcing prayer rugs for towel and having white kids doing the prayers as well and putting litter boxes in bathrooms for students. I have to say, Knobs Dog, I'm really sorry we triggered you up today. I apologize. Whatever I've done to upset you, if you're sensitive, if we've done a little bit too much biting commentary on the show today, I apologize. I should have warned you this show is not for the sensitive. We allow people to just fucking say wild shit on the program. Dr. Silverwolf says, go F your tooth hurty, you hack job. We had a couple ones come in too. That counts for the 5, doesn't it? Fuck. All right. Well, tooth hurty is over. I'm sorry. I apologize. 225 is the number. Say goodbye to tooth hurty until tomorrow. Bye, tooth hurty. Knobs Dog, I have to be honest with you, buddy. You're taking this way too seriously. I'm making tooth hurty jokes. You're like, I'm not triggered. You're just boring and corny. All right. That's fine. This isn't an airport. You don't need to announce your departure. It's fun. Like, if we're upsetting you, you can just step out. It's fine. We won't harass you. We won't bother you. If we've upset you, if you're mad at me, if this show is not what you're looking for, we are not keeping you here, Knobs Dog. We are not. I worry about this guy. It's like you've already announced the departure, yet you're still here allowing me to have fun with you. This is one of those guys who's desperate to get the last word in. Buddy, it's okay. You're going to be all right. Watch this. He's not going to leave. I'm going to keep giving him attention, and he's not going to leave. Knobs Dog says, you're corny. Stop worrying about me, dork. Do your little show. No. I've been doing my show for like an hour and 10 minutes. We've been doing like topics and shit. I'm ready to take a break for a second and have some fun with you. I want to have fun with you and I want to see how long I can keep you here. I want to see. Oh, Oodles of Toodles says he's upset that you don't have a membership. Yeah, that's what I'm mad about. I'm mad that you don't have a membership. There we go. Thank you, Zen Man. Did he get it? Did Knobs Dog get the membership? Zen Man gives a membership. Knobs Dog got the membership. Knobs Dog is a member, and now he doesn't have to watch ads. Sorry, buddy. The community and I are having a little fun. All You Can Eat Negro gets mad when I jump on these people too. So I'll move on. We'll do something else. I'm here so everybody can have fun. All You Can Eat Negro is still having a hard time being here for 4.5 hours a day and admitting that it's not because he hates it. He's a big fan. Take your pills, boys. You're going to be all right. I'm fucking with you. All right, let's Minnesota's in the news again. Minnesota's in the news, and fuck. You know how yesterday we had that story where, we have an update on that story. You know the story we did on that HSS program that was supposed to be for handicapped people, and the Minnesota government was giving these companies a bunch of money that were supposed to be providing services to handicapped people living on their own? And then we found out that it was all just a bunch of Somali guys just claiming millions of dollars and not doing fuck all to help anyone. Like, we had that guy who had the cane, and he was like, I called them for a ride, which is what they get taxpayer money to do, and they told me to take a lift. It's like, ouch, dude. So this Somali guy, would write down all these services that he provided for all of these people. And then they went to the people who got those services and they go, we never received any of that. They never answer when we call. So this guy pocketed about a little over $2 million over 2 years in taxpayer money. And his name was like Fatar Muhammad or whatever. Well, yesterday we found out that Omar Fetta, his wife, owned one of the companies that was getting taxpayer dollars for this program. Omar Fetta, the guy who wants to be mayor of Minneapolis, that the Democrats basically took his blue check mark away because they want Somalis to vote for them, but not run shit. So we're finding out that the roots of this run very, very, very deep. Thank you very much, Walter, for $5. Says listening behind, but Peter Thiel blocked my $100 on PayPal. Sorry. Whoa, wait a minute. Try again. I love $100 on PayPal. Walter, thank you for the $2.15 or the $5. That brings us to $2.15. I appreciate it. So this is the fourth or fifth Minnesota program where it's just been a giveaway to Somalis and they've been ripping off our welfare system. It's the Feeding Our Future. It's this HSS program. It's the daycare program. It's the food stamp fraud that these Somali grocery stores have been committing. And there was a Medicaid scandal in Minnesota as well. And Minnesota's just got to dig deep and go do an official audit of all these programs. And we're probably going to find out that Somalis have been robbing us blind welfare-wise. Whether it's via the welfare system or it's Somalis running companies that are basically tax fraud shelters. That's pretty much been where it's at. By the way, Walter, if PayPal blocked your $100, try it on Venmo. It ought to be fine. Can't dangle $100 in front of my face and then go, what am I going to do? That hurts my feelings. All right, so let's go to this. This is another one that's going to make Minnesota look bad. That's going to make immigration look bad. And it's going to make our government look bad. And don't worry, I'm shouting into the void because our government is going to stay the way it is. People are going to keep voting in the people that caused this. Before we get into this story, take a minute to hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. We are off to a killer start today. But those likes and follows and shares, that pops up the numbers. That gets us more visible. Keep hitting like, keep hitting follow, keep hitting share. Let them know that Steel Toe's on fire today. That ain't no lie. All right, ICE arrests included a sex offender named Wilson Tindy. Have you heard of Wilson Tindy yet? Well, this one starts bad and stays bad and gets worse. So ICE did a raid of this Kenyan immigrant named Wilson Tindy. Turns out he was also a sex offender. That's not the worst part. Okay, that's the worst part, but it gets worse, I should say. Yeah, hey, he's an illegal immigrant sex offender. That's not the worst part. What could possibly be worse than that? All right, it doesn't get worse, but let's just say there's an added wrinkle.
Our first stop is an address in Plymouth. It's the home of a convicted sex offender and former director at the
Darkness is spreading. Oh, shit, I tried to rewind and it froze up on me. Get your shit together, professional show, you fucking douche.
Our first stop is an address in Plymouth. It's the home of a convicted sex offender and former director at the Minnesota Department of Education.
That's right. The illegal, who is a sex offender, also was a head of the Minnesota Department of Education. Our state is run by shitheads. By the way, we talk about the company BlackRock. There's a BlackRock right there. Holy shit, that is a dark-skinned brother.
Alpha News exposed in June, sparking an online firestorm over the state's hiring practices.
And by the way, people give Alpha News shit, but Liz Collin is actually a remarkably good journalist. She got fired because she was asking too many questions about George Floyd, and she was married to not the police chief, but like the head of the policemen's union, the Brotherhood or whatever they call it. She was fired because of her connections to him, and she was reporting critically on George Floyd. So she joined this Alpha News. And Alpha News is a really good news source. People say, oh, it's right wing, it's right wing, it's right wing. Well, Alpha News just covers the story that the media in Minnesota won't cover. It just so happens that all of those stories are right wing because they don't get a voice.
A Kenyan national was convicted of sexually assaulting a sleeping woman in the Twin Cities after breaking into her home.
So just a fucking animal, just a fucking coyote in the night. I mean, go, leave. Like, what's with all the appeals and the process? Just put them on a boat. Bye. Fuck off. Plane tickets are too expensive.
Tindy pled guilty to the crime.
By the way, Wilson Tindy, I would say that you're not going to hear that song "Release Me" anytime soon. Wilson Phillips, Wilson Tindy, release. I don't even know if that's a Wilson Phillips. It's an attempt at a.
9 years ago, a judge ordered his removal from the United States. But a federal judge ultimately ruled that Tindy's removal was not warranted.
Oh, okay. So if you essay a woman in her sleep and you're not a citizen of the United States, hey, it's okay. You can stick around. We don't have enough people finger popping old ladies while they're sleeping, apparently, is what this federal judge thought. I wonder who appointed that federal judge, by the way. I'm just kidding. I don't wonder. It was Obama or it was Clinton. That seems to be the pattern. But if you're someone who's not here as a citizen and you're here at our behest and we can kick you out anytime, and you finger pop a lady while she's sleeping, what more do you have to do to get kicked out of the fucking country?
Tindy spent 18 months in ICE custody and then landed taxpayer-funded positions at 2 separate Minnesota state agencies.
Wait, these jobs were after he fingered the sleeping lit? If you have black skin in Minnesota, is it just like, you know what? How about an infinite number of chances? And I'm not even going to say that. You have to be like black African. Because like regular black people in Minnesota, I mean, they get arrested, they go to jail. I mean, we cut and run a lot, just like Charlotte and these other places. But like, we certainly don't give poor black guys in the hood fucking Department of Education jobs after they get caught gangbanging and slanging. But this guy from Kenya, in my village where I come from, fingering a woman in asleep is an appeal to the hawk god. And the hawk god will smile favorably upon our village when it comes to the dirt cookie harvest. But you must finger a woman in her sleep.
After our reports, Tindy's status has changed.
Oh, so even after he was convicted, he was not let go from the Department of Education. We shouldn't have Alpha News. They're a right-wing news source. Well, I mean, nobody was helping here. Isn't it alarming, by the way, that our mainstream media does not seem to value enforcing sex crimes, especially when it comes to, like, against children? Makes you wonder what's going on with those guys, huh?
They have to go through, work with our legal team to make sure that the conviction would qualify for, removability from the U.S. So it did take us kind of a long time and a lot of research with help from our legal team, who are amazing. We did come up with a immigration charge because of his criminality. We do have, a warrant of arrest for him today. So, just praying all goes well and everyone remains safe during the arrest.
So this isn't a random pickup on the street today like the media likes to portray.
Right. Yep. It is not.
That's the other thing. The media goes like, oh, yeah, all of these ICE agents, they just roll up into places and they just start stealing people off the street. They don't. They have to go through. They have to get warrants. There has to be cause. They have to go through. All of this stuff takes time.
Lots of hours went into this case.
ICE officers park blocks away to wait for the right moment to move in.
We're expecting him to leave the apartment, and normally he does go like northwest when he comes out of there. So we'll be probably the third car back.
He was heading towards his apartment.
Within minutes, they're on the move.
They got license sirens on right now.
Walking up to the townhouse, Tindy is already in handcuffs in his garage next to his BMW.
But what am I supposed to do? You see, I have to go and educate the children. Yeah, we'd rather you didn't. especially if today's lesson is about consent. I don't think you're the guy to be preaching the word, my man. That's all I'm saying. Thank you to Silverwolf for $2. He says, why would they? The president doesn't even care. Well, you got him there. The president doesn't care about the sex crimes. Why should he? By the way, Silverwolf is now at 30. Is that good enough to... Who's in the cuck chair? Oh, Jeremy's in the cuck chair at 50. So anything under 50 is not going to get you into the top 5, but anything over 50, hey, you're there. 215 is our number for today. Hey, do you think we can hit 200 by 7:30? That puts us way ahead for the day. Just a suggestion, just an ask. We're doing incredible today. Thank you guys very much. 215 is the number. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Over 600 of you watching the program right now. So hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. I appreciate it. Somebody says, Aaron, have you seen the Netflix show on a Michigan mom cyberbullying her own daughter? Yes, I talked about that on one of the shows last week. That lady is, she's viral, man. She's everywhere. That mom is fucking insane. God, I can't remember what it's called. Somebody will come up with it in the chat, that documentary on Netflix. It's about this woman who, she had a crush on her daughter's boyfriend, and she didn't want the boyfriend dating her daughter. So she started cyberbullying her own daughter to get them to break up. She pretended to be other kids, and she just kept harassing and torturing and bullying her own daughter. And then and she was lying about having a job. She was telling her husband she was going to work every day, and she wasn't. And they were having huge financial problems. And this took over her entire life. Her cyberbullying her own daughter pretty much because she wanted to fuck her daughter's boyfriend. Really insane. And she does the documentary, she talks to them, and she's very open about it. It's insanity. This woman she's another one who just needs to be locked in a nut house. McBuster says, sounds like something Haley would do. Dude, Haley is so much more white trash than this chick. This chick is nuts, don't get me wrong. But Keanu sent me something from this Haley, and I'm like, this is just a dirty, gross, ugly white trash broad with kids from 2 or 3 different baby daddies, and just this is the epitome. Haley's the epitome of a Jerry Springer guest. She is a fucking nightmare. She ought to be doing her show in a muumuu and a shower cap. She's fucking garbage. So no, I think that the unknown, what's it called? Unknown Number, the high school catfish. By the way, she's so happy I mentioned her. She's just soaked. Unknown Number, the high school catfish. It's that woman is way less mentally ill than those girls are. Those girls are moms who stand up for people who have said ridiculously pedophilic shit, and then they attack women constantly, and then talk about how I'm a terrible guy. They are the epitome of having no mirrors. Thank God they'd all break. But then pointing out people who are not even close to as awful as them and going, they're bad. Just white trash bitches. Just dirty white trash bitches. All right, this one got sent in to us from Redbird. I'm going to bore my audience if I keep talking about losers with no audience. And any audience they do have, it's because of me. All right, I'm going to make SMJCK mad too, and I don't want to trigger him this morning. So this is a school board in Temecula. Yeah, Temecula Valley Unified School District. Forcing young girls to fill out a mental health accommodation form to declare they have a mental health issue if they don't want boys invade. Oh, yeah. So apparently they're making these girls. So this is Temecula, California. And what they're doing is they're allowing men or boys, this is high school, boys who identify as girls to go in the locker room, change with the girls. Some of the girls don't like it, and they've complained to the school. And instead of making these girls feel safe, what the school has decided to do is force these girls to fill out a form claiming they have a mental delusion because of their position on gender. So then a dad came in dressed in an American flag and decided to have some words with the school board. By the way, bunch of whiteys. It's always a bunch of whiteys pushing this trans shit.
My name is Manu Grigorian. I'm a father of 4 beautiful daughters.
This is the other thing. You want to keep bringing immigrants in here? Fine, but they're going to turn on your liberal ass on stuff like this. Especially if this guy is like Eastern European or not Albanian. What's the one I'm looking for? Not Azerbaijan, right? Armenian. It sounds like he's Eastern European, but if he's like Armenian or whatever, he's going to fist fight you motherfuckers. Armenians do not fuck around.
So one of the co-founders of Leave Our Kids Alone, who is in collaboration with many other organizations, over 1 million followers in total. And I'm here speaking in behalf of all of them. When you first opened this topic, the key word that you said was, if a girl does not want to change in front of the opposite sex. You yourself admitted that trans girls were the opposite sex, like they're a boy. You didn't say it like that, but saying the opposite sex of a girl to me is a boy, okay? So
this guy, like, English clearly not his first language, and he's still having to speak very, very slowly to explain it to these people. And that's the thing. I refuse to believe that these people are not smart enough to grasp this. They absolutely do grasp the point. That's why with this gender shit, there's something else going on there. Because these people are otherwise intelligent human beings that know 2 + 2 = 4. They know that what they're pushing is bullshit. So what's the reason? Is it population control? Is it encouraging mental illness in the young? Is it to create civil strife? Is it to make people fight with each other? Like, what's the agenda here?
This is not what we as parents want to see. I don't want my child, who's a daughter, that has to sign a paper to be opt out from her space. This is not only locker rooms. This is not only bathrooms. This is in our sports, okay? If you're saying the opposite sex is a boy, then why is he in our sports, in women's sports, in girls' sports? Why are they in their...
Dude, like immigrants, like that Ukrainian girl, remember the government said that we were offering to transport her body back to Ukraine, and the family said she loved America. She'd want to be buried there. She loved that country. White immigrants especially, but I think a lot of Latino immigrants too, and Asian immigrants. A lot of them come here and they fucking love this country. Like they really, like this guy's wearing an American flag. Asians come here and and their children are given Anglo-Saxon names because they want their children to be successful in that society. I don't know assimilation deeper than that, where you go, no, fuck calling my kid Bao Yang Shun, which would honor my family and my history. I'm naming him David because Davids have an easier go of it in the United States of America. A lot of Davids have an easy go of it. But they do shit like that. You know, Latinos come here and assimilate. But like Eastern Europeans, they come here and it's just like they fucking love this place. To a point where a guy like me who loves his country looks at him and goes, it ain't that great, you know. And they're like, fuck you, it is the greatest country ever.
Faces, okay? This is nothing but dystopian mentality. You're saying something and doing something else, okay? We know there is only two.
It's so funny to watch like liberal-minded people sit there and in thought, in theory, they love immigration. They love people coming here from other countries. But then when they actually watch one like conflict with what they believe, they're like, fucking, they're so dismissive. Like, you fuzzy foreigner, get the fuck out of here. What do you know?
2 genders.
Shut up and vote for us.
Only 2 genders and infinite numbers of mental delusion identities. Okay, you have a mentally unstable, healthy child who thinks he's something else other than what he is born with. You want to accommodate him and kick out every other child.
I want to hide behind Eastern European immigrants talking this way and just go, yep, because I can't say it. I'm just an angry white guy then. But if I hide behind this guy and I go, Dad, co-sign this dude, That might work. No, this is the document. We actually have the document. Temecula Valley Unified School District is reportedly forcing young girls, let's put this up on the screen, to fill out a mental health accommodation form to declare they have a mental health issue if they don't want boys invading girls' restrooms at school. The boys pretending to be girls and invading girls' spaces are fine, but the girls who don't want boys in their bathrooms are the problem. Look at this. Mental health accommodation request form. Pursuant to Section 504 IDEA and California Education Code 56,000. Name, parent, guardian information. There you go. Accommodation request. I am requesting a mental health accommodation on behalf of my child. This request is made in accordance with federal and state laws, including Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act, which sounds fucking Orwellian to begin with. The Individuals with Disabilities Education Act and California Education Codes. Please describe the mental health condition and nature of the accommodation being requested. If available, please attach supporting documentation. So they want them to fill out a mental health accommodation form to declare they have a mental health issue if they don't want boys invading girls' spaces at school. And I know it says, well, the parents and guardians have to fill it out, so it's not like they make the kids do it. Yeah, but I know how these things work. I've seen this in public schools before. I guarantee what they're doing is saying if your parents don't fill this out, like, you can't come back to class. I'm guessing is the way they're going about this. It's fucking remarkable, dude. Atomic Ray says Cubans need their fucking boats such and their bodies fed to the shark. Cubans? I thought Cubans were good. I thought Cubans were okie dokie. I thought we were okay with Cubans. Cubans fucking love America because they come from communist. They come from a fucking communist shithole. They love it here. McBuster says, thank you, Azerbaijan. Now please follow the ICE officer through the door. Thank you. Oh, boy. McBuster. Oh, that's not very nice. I don't know that lady. 2:15 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. We've slowed down a little, but we're off to a good start. Guys, I say 200 by 8:30, but let's do it now. We're also, the audience has been donating today to protest Peter Thiel. So they are not giving on PayPal, but they are donating on Venmo, Streamlabs. Well, no, the Streamlabs goes to PayPal. Venmo, Rumble, and YouTube. So get your protest votes out there. 215 away from today's goal and 99 memberships away from 500, which would be a record for the toe. So thank you guys very much. Throw in a couple of bucks, support the program, and continue this very easy week that we've been on. Fingers crossed, knock on wood. You guys have been on a roll lately. You guys know about this kissing bug disease? It's funny because they started reporting on it last week, and it was like, oh my God, this could be endemic to the U.S. Not pandemic, endemic. And this kissing bug thing is becoming a huge story. However, and maybe this one I grabbed from Fox 5 in D.C., maybe this one will actually tell us more about this kissing bug disease, but I've read up on the kissing bug disease and I found out where it's coming from. And it's just going to surprise you that this was completely avoidable. Put that up on the screen there. Deadly kissing bug disease becoming endemic in the U.S. according to the CDC. And you can trust the CDC. Yeah, you know me. Chagas disease, also known as the kissing bug disease, is spreading across the United States. And some researchers believe it should now be classified as endemic. You know, this is amazing because I've never heard of the kissing bug disease before in the United States of America. This is something that's completely new. So, did a new disease form in a swamp somewhere and we spread it? You know what? I'm sure if we find out where the outbreak started and where it's the most prevalent, we might be able to know more about Chagas disease or the kissing bug disease. So let's take a look at this map. Oh, it seems to be very common along the southern border. Huh. I just can't. Guys, look at that map. I'm trying to make heads or tails of this. So I see that like gray and white means there's like no cases. Barely any. I see that like when it gets to about the Mason-Dixon line, the cases really drop off. Like up here in Minnesota, there's no cases. We don't have the kissing bug disease. But I see in Texas and Florida and Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, California, Arizona, New Mexico, seems to be a lot of Chagas disease, a lot of kissing bug disease. How do you think the thing started? The blood-sucking insects that cause Chagas disease have been found in 32 states over the past decade. Now, blood-sucking insects, this sounds like The Last of Us. Like you get the bug coming out of the mouth and you do. Blood-sucking insects that cause Chagas disease. In a report published last month for the CDC's Emerging Infectious Diseases Journal, researchers argued that Chagas disease should be considered endemic in the U.S. We're banning kissing. It's different from an epidemic, which describes a sudden increase in the number of cases, or a pandemic, which has spread throughout several countries or continents. Labeling the United States as non-Chagas disease endemic perpetuates low awareness and underreporting, the CDC said. The classification of Chagas disease as endemic, in particular as hypoendemic to the United States, could improve surveillance, research, and public health responses. In other words, they get more money to look at it. I'm sure if you have like some sandflies eat some beagle faces, you'll figure something out, right? Now, Chagas disease is a potentially deadly disease caused by Trypanosoma cruzi parasites, which is carried by triatomine or kissing bugs. If the kissing bug sucks the blood of an infected host, then it becomes a carrier and can pass the parasite through its feces. Now, this is interesting because this sounds like a dirty, shitty, unshowered, unwashed, gross pig fucker disease. And, you know, in the United States, we're pretty up on showering and shitting in toilets and not in the middle of Walmart aisles or rivers. So this sounds like a pig fucker disease, and we're not a pig fucker country. So where do you suppose this disease came from? The CDC says about 8 million people globally, including an estimated 280,000 in the United States, have the disease without knowing it. Chagas disease can be life-threatening without proper treatment. Now, I'm at the end of this article, as you can see, and it has not told us where this disease came from. So let me go ahead and help you out. The kissing bug parasite disease, Chagas, otherwise known as the kissing bug disease, has been coming from Guatemala. Just go ahead and just open up that southern border. Let them all come on in. Let them smooch you. Let them shit in the road, everything else. Because Chagas disease doesn't sound like a disease you get in a first world country. It seems like you get it from a dirty, backwater, fuckhead, shithole third world piss center. Oh, wouldn't you know it? It came from Guatemala. Damn it, right again. Hulkamasha Baby with $1 says kissing bug disease, a.k.a. the herpes you've been spreading all over St. Cloud. That's not nice. It's not very. Why would you say something like that to someone you revere? It's not very nice. So, yeah, this whole thing, it came from Guatemala. And now it's just spreading through here. But when you see it reported in the news, they're not telling you. Why? Well, because it's mean. Apparently. Now, I always thought that contact tracing, like I was told during COVID, that contact tracing is good so you can find out where a disease came from so you can learn more about how to stop it. But I guess when the solution to this is close the fucking southern border, then we don't talk about contact tracing. Now, if you went to a bar and you get the sniffles, then we need to call your phone and track you. Aussie Mark says, damn, I was going to say Nicaragua. 6 of one, half dozen of the other. You're all right, buddy. 2:15 away from today. Hey, we've locked up a little bit, and we were ahead for the day, and you guys are doing great. do me a favor. Throw us a little rally right now, and we're still good. Oh, look at that. Walter with another $10 says still trying to donate $100, but Peter Thiel dropped a zero off this dono over here on Venmo. Why does he hate you? Damn you, Peter Thiel. People are trying to give me $100, and you're denying them. You son of a bitch. All right, everybody try to donate $100 to the toe right now. I think Walter is hurting. Walter is upset. He's trying to donate $100 to this program, and they just won't let him. I think you guys should try, and you should only do it to stick it to Peter Thiel. If you don't try to donate $100, that means you want his augmented AI to take over. Now is the time to give $1 or $10 and say, oh, I'm trying to give $100. I'm not going to tell you how to do the bit. 205 away from today's goal. Thank you, Walter. I appreciate it. Walter is now at 15 for today. I got to keep an eye on Walter because usually he'll make a big drop sometimes, and I got to keep track and make sure I put him up on the top 5 when he gets there. Atomic Ray says, why hasn't Bill Gates caught a life-taking disease? Jew-loving, germ-spreading liar. Windows 11 sucks. Die, Gates. Jesus. Approachable says, I just tried to donate $100. It said insufficient funds. Damn you, Peter Thiel. Chips and Diff says, Walter, this isn't NAM. We have rules here. Yes, Walter, listen to them. You're going to fuck up our bowling game. All right, let's continue on. We got the kissing bug disease. Oh, this is a fucking bummer. But I wanted all of us to come up with reasons why this is happening. By the way, over 600 checking out the toe at the moment. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. We're glad you're here. Thank you very much. We like the like button. We like the share button. We like the subscribe button. Keep her going. They've been doing studies. ABC News came out with a study that depression rates among young people have doubled in a decade. Weird. It's almost like you've been fucking with these young people and bringing them up in a world full of insanity, and it turns out it's really bad for their mental health. So like COVID, shutting down their schools 5 years ago, not letting them see their friends, not letting them see their dying grandmother, telling them that boys are girls and girls are boys, and if you're a girl and there's a cock in the gym or dressing room, that you should just fucking deal with it and stop being so upset. I can't imagine why these people are depressed. Young adult Americans, I can't imagine why they're depressed. Foreign money coming in and buying up all the single-family homes, jacking up the prices. Politicians fucking up our monetary policy, jacking up the interest rates from the Federal Reserve, mortgage rates going up, prices going up, average home buyer now being 55 years old in this country. I can't imagine why young people are getting depressed. I love how they act like this is their fault somehow. Like the media reports these numbers and they go, we have no idea why everyone's so fucking bummed. Really? All you do is report to these people how shitty life is, and then you act surprised when the numbers come back that they're fucking broken.
More than 18% of U.S. adults are experiencing depression, levels unseen before, 8 percentage points higher than 2015, and that represents nearly 48 million Americans. And it seems to be intimately tied to social and economic stress, and as you alluded to...
No shit. If you don't have money and you can't buy shit and you can barely feed yourself, you tend not to feel good. Weird. Not only that, but like, if all you can afford to eat is bad foods, you're not going to feel good just because you're not healthy, like RFK Jr. is talking about. Like, all of this stuff has been like engineered, socially engineered to make people feel like shit. And then the media goes, looks like you guys feel like shit. Hey, what's the deal? Thanks. Appreciate it. Don't help. Don't worry about it. Don't advocate for things that could, maybe help these people. Just, it's that Doug Stanhope raising awareness bit. They're just pointing and going, look! No, help. No, not help. Look!
Young adults are hit particularly hard. For those under the age of 30, depression has doubled since 2017 from a rate of 13% to over 26% in 2025.
That's because when they look at their parents at their age and their parents had a home and children and they can't afford that shit because we fucked up our monetary policy and our economy so bad. And now they're trying to get their parents to give the banks the house back in a reverse mortgage so they don't even get that when their parents die. It's because they're being fucked with. That's why they're depressed. I can't join their ranks because, like, I went grocery shopping. I bought good food. Those strawberries and grapes went bad because I didn't fucking eat them, and I put Funyuns in my tomato soup yesterday instead. I had my tomato basil soup that I made, and I put Funyuns instead of crackers in it. When I had a nice box of strawberries and a nice box of grapes that I could have washed off and eaten just fine. The strawberries are still good. I got them on Sunday or Monday. So they're still fine. Grapes are fucked. But I decided to eat tomato basil soup with onions in it because I don't have enough sodium bloating my face.
Well, it seems as though mental health is a barometer to economic well-being. And what we're finding is that adults and families making under $24,000 a year, economically disadvantaged, have some of the highest rates of depression.
Really? People who make 25 grand a year are depressed? Yes, because they'd rather be fucking dead than get another past due notice in the mail. Boy, we're really breaking ground here. Hey, in this country, we keep people impoverished, poor, and we raise the prices on everything. Why do they all want to kill themselves? Because of you. And then the nastiness to just report it and throw it in front of their faces like they're zoo animals. Like, it turns out you're really fucking sad. Because then the people who are depressed are like, well, maybe they just don't know we're depressed. And then the news goes, holy shit, you guys are fucking sad. Yep, we sure are. All right, back to the news. The jobs report is dog shit, and inflation is still, it's still going up, just not as much as it was before.
2017 at a rate of 22% to now 2025 over 35%. Aside from housing, food insecurity, and healthcare, key contributors to adults and families as well.
Now, depression isn't always obvious, so what are some signs to look out for?
You're broke as fuck. That's not true. Some broke people are fucking happy. You ever seen a hillbilly, like, who can make a car out of chicken wire? Like, he wears suspenders with one of the latches off, you know? Like, he looks like a Drewski Whiteface sketch. Some of those guys are the happiest motherfuckers you'll ever meet.
Right, and it also can look different from person to person. If you're experiencing symptoms including things like trouble sleeping, a loss of interest, changes in your appetite, or decreases in your concentration, and those symptoms are interrupting your life and lasting for 2 or more weeks, those are signs that you should seek out help.
So if you or someone you love has these symptoms, what do you do?
Reaching out early is so important.
Get another job, you broke bitch. No. Like, we have a society, we have a media. This is so mean of the media because they do a lot of the shit that makes people depressed. And then they point out that all these people are depressed, but they don't do it like, oh, look what we did. They just go, but you know, it's like someone lighting a building on fire, coming back later and go, ooh, somebody should put that fire out. Fucking dicks. They revel in this stuff. They're happy about it. They report it and they're fine. Good God. Phantom X says $25K a year. Meanwhile, Aaron makes like $5,000 a week. Damn, Imholt is. I'm making $5,000 a week. Who's taking my money? God damn it! Who the fuck is that, dude? If I'm making $5,000 a week, I've been overcharging you guys for the goals. Holy shit! I am so sorry. Yeah, Brian with a good point. The media reports, hey, look at how fucking depressed all you people are. Don't worry, we're going to take a quick commercial break, and there's a shitload of pills we can give you. After that, we have a story that's going to scare the fuck out of you and not make you want to ride the bus, which is all you can afford to get to work. And then immediately after that story, another pill you can take. Yeah, I think we're done. I think we're just right. Hey, kids. You see what we're all doing? Do the opposite when you get older, okay? MSO says, I think you got it mixed up. $5,000 a week is his grocery bill. Oh, Chips and Diff says, April took your money. Don't you remember? No, I'd completely forgotten about it. Thanks for bringing it up again. I appreciate that. Speaking of money, I only need 205 today. That's fine. 205. Let's get under 200 by 8 o'clock and call it another win for the toe. What say you? Adam Simon also threw in $2 on Venmo, and he says, for Pete's sake. A text message coming in saying it's like someone setting a fire and coming back asking who set the fire. So you're saying the owner of the press bar. Yes, exactly. I'm saying the owner of the press bar. Aussie Mark, that's very funny. It hurts to read, so I'm not going to read it. But that is a very funny line in the chat. And she actually did think that. It's not funny. Her life was destroyed and she lost everything. Governor Walz here in Minnesota. I tell you what, the only thing worse than a Governor Walz is a Governor Walz with purpose. And now this guy's got purpose. I don't know if you've been paying attention to our state the last couple of weeks, but we had a shooting. By the way, a shooting we don't talk about anymore because the shooter was trans and felt they were brainwashed. And because they were brainwashed, the trans community and the mainstream media does not want to talk about them anymore. Also, their dad was a subcontractor for the CIA, and they wrote "fuck BlackRock" on their gun, and $6 million was not enough. So it doesn't really fit the narrative we're trying to go for here because it's so clearly not the guns in this case. But we want to push the gun control thing anyway. So Tim Walz is having a special session, and he's doing that classic Democrat thing where if you don't want to ban certain types of guns, you now apparently don't give a shit about children. Disarming more law-abiding citizens is apparently the way that you're going to fix all this. I had no idea. We're all just big, dumb ape creatures. It's these Democrats that are the smart ones. Let's go to Tim Walz talking about, we're going to have a special session here in Minnesota, and he's going to come after the rifles during that session. This is the Annunciation parent saying something must be done. Oh, shit, where'd their Tim Walz story go? I mean, I have the story here, but they had a Tim Walz video. We had Timmy talking about the guns, and now they took it down. This Minneapolis City Council will petition Governor Tim Walz and the Minnesota legislature Tuesday afternoon to pursue new gun control reform in the aftermath of the shooting at Annunciation Church and School. Oh, here we go. Here's our Tim Walz story. Walz told reporters after welcoming kids back to classes he would call a special session at the state capitol for gun legislation. Walz said he'll be on the phone with Minnesota's Republican legislators over the next day or two in hopes of getting support. Here's the thing, though. You're not going to get Republican support because you're going to do the thing that all Democrats do after a mass shooting. You're going to say, hey, agree with me on gun bans. And then they're going to say, no, we don't want to ban guns. We don't think banning guns fixes this problem. We don't think it's the issue. And we think that we should maybe look at mental health and some other things. And they're going to try and protect the Second Amendment. And then what Tim Walz is going to come back and say is like, well, we're trying to get gun reform done, but these Republicans don't give a shit about these kids. And then the Republicans are going to get mad about that, and there's going to be a fight, and then nothing's going to get done on the mental health side or the gun side. And then we'll just perpetuate the cycle because it's all for show. Clippers Unite with $1 says Christian Wyatt dropped his video out, some of his best work to date. Oh, did baby boy, did he come out of his hiding? Old Christian Wyatt. I made that guy panic so fucking hard. They've been having a tough past couple of weeks. That's good. You know, I've kind of like the war's over. I won and I kicked the shit out of those guys. They gotta form their resistance somehow. I mean, let him cope, let him pout. He's had a rough go of it. I kind of feel bad that I've broken the man so badly. Thank you, Clippers Unite. I appreciate you being a fan of the toe. Atomic Ray with $1 says more stories about Bill Gates. We need some kind of magic to remove this fuck from our future. Why? I mean, I understand Bill Gates is a piece of shit, but like, why specifically today? All right, hit like, hit subscribe. Thank you for the couple of bucks. 205 away from today's goal. I think it's rally time, and I think we should be at 200 in the next 3 minutes by 8 o'clock. Let's open up these 7 o'clock hour stories, and while we do, let's talk about our pals at Midland Armory. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. Of course, Midland Armory has Derek and Tracy, and Derek and Tracy know what they're doing, and they know what they're talking about when it comes to firearms, when it comes to suppressors. They can handle the whole suppressor process here in Minnesota at their store. The old proverbial one-stop shop is Midland Armory, and Derek and Tracy are so knowledgeable, they're going to be able to get you in and out of there with all your questions answered. Or you can call them, or you can email them, midlandarmory.com, and you can make your order online. No matter what, Midland Armory has you taken care of. So whether it's carry, hunting, home defense, you're riding the bus. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. You go in the ditch, you get in an accident, the car breaks down, it stalls, whatever. For whatever reason, the car won't go. You know who's there faster than anybody to relieve your stress? All Care Towing. 320-253-5203. Put that number in your phone. Make sure you've got it. 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. And Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Stoney's Bar. Of course, Cheetos and the team at Stoney's can't wait to see you. Bike night on Thursday nights at Stoney's in downtown Rockville. They've got live music every single weekend on the Fireball stage. The weather's going to be great still here in September. A chance for you to get out on the patio and enjoy Stoney's Garage. Go hang out. The pizza's delicious. The Ultimate Bloody Marys are killer for football Sunday or Saturday if you're a college football fan. Head on out there. Make some new friends or bring your own. Stoney's Bar, downtown Rockville on Broadway. Visit Stoney's today. All right. And of course, how can we forget? Oh, no, we did that one already. Jesus Christ, Aaron. Figure your shit out. You know what it is? It's 8 o'clock and we're not under 200. So now I'm worried that we're going to be at that same spot. I'm starting to get nervous that we're not going to be under 200 by 8:30. Let's do it. Landers says live music and WPH live at Stoney's. No, there's no WPH at Stoney's. Everyone's welcome. Unless WPH stands for well-balanced pH, then absolutely. All of the vaginas smell wonderful because they're pH. Stupid. All right, you probably heard yesterday. We covered it on the members only show, but we didn't get to it on the morning show yesterday. Israel bombed Qatar. They bombed Doha. Now, Israel says that they bombed Qatar because they were attacking Hamas leadership. Hamas says they weren't in Qatar. I don't trust either one of these fucking people. The Israelis lie constantly to bomb other countries, and Hamas lies constantly to get Israel to do horrible shit to civilians so they can justify more money, more bombs, and more attacks. So Hamas is full of lying shitbags. Israel's full of lying shitbags. This is the epitome of there being no good guy in this situation. But Israel bombing Qatar is fucking retarded because we are very friendly with Qatar. We'd like to keep that relationship with Qatar. They're an oil-rich nation in the Middle East, and there's no reason to be beefing with them. But Israel, because they've got the backing of their boys in the United States, they feel like they can do whatever the fuck they want, bully anyone they want, and then when the consequences come due, they go, oy vey, we're a victim, we need to go to war. So this is getting out of control. Apparently, Trump's pissed at Netanyahu over this. I would argue not enough because we're not hearing it. Let's go ahead and listen to Carolyn Levitt take some shit over this Doha Qatar bombing by Israel yesterday.
Thank you, Caroline. Regarding the Israeli strike in Doha, how much time or how much of a heads up did the U.S. get, and does the president support the strike?
And how about this? How about Israel? You don't give us a fucking heads up. You don't go, hey guys, just letting you know we're doing this. How about Israel's fucking arrogant because they believe the United States is so badly in their back pocket, and we never prove them wrong, so I guess why shouldn't they believe this? That they can just go, all right, we're going to go bomb a sovereign country we're not at war with. Like, grab them by the fucking yarmulke and go, hey, no, quit making fucking problems, because it ain't your skyscrapers that are getting knocked down. And even if it was, there was an impending attack on America, you wouldn't fucking tell us about it anyway, and you'd dance in the street when it happened. Quit making fucking problems for us. But we're not going to do that. We're going to go all, like, it's all performative. Israel tells us we're going to bomb Qatar. And then we go, oh, you guys better not. We don't like that. And Israel goes, oopsie, we already did it. And then publicly we go, oh, that's terrible. That's awful. But we're not going to do anything about it. We're going to keep funding this bullshit. We're going to keep making generational enemies because of it. And we're never going to cut these fucking savages off. And like, these countries see that and they recognize it and they realize it. So when the United States goes, oh, tisk, 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 Israel, stop bombing Qatar. You know, Qatar goes, hey, so are you guys going to cut off their funding? Are you going to do anything to them? Like, well, we can't. You see, their dual citizens kind of occupy our government. And you know, then we've got these crazy Christians that are in our government. They want to bring about the fucking apocalypse and the second coming of Christ. So those insane people, they ain't going to cut off the funding in Israel. So, yeah, we really don't like that they bombed you. But we're going to act like scared parents on the Jerry Springer show. And we're not going to do a goddamn thing.
Sure. Well, I have a statement to read for all of you with respect to the Israeli strike in Doha. And here it is.
Ooh, here's the statement. The Trump administration should try this. It works so well for them every other time. It's all a hoax. It's all a hoax. That's what it is.
This morning, the Trump administration was notified by the United States military that as Israel was attacking Hamas, which very unfortunately was located in a section of Doha, the capital of Qatar.
You can't just, like, after 9/11, if we would have found out there was an Al-Qaeda cell in Quebec, we can't just bomb Canada. They're like, oh, they were attacking Hamas. Unfortunately, it was in a sovereign country that's not at war with Israel. Yet, remember when we wouldn't like bomb Pakistan proper, even though we knew bin Laden and all his guys were in there because we didn't want to piss off fucking Pakistan, as Obama always called it? Yeah, you can't just bomb a sovereign country because guys you don't like are there. You have to have a beef with that country. So we're sitting there going, oh, no, Israel was attacking Hamas. And by the way, every time Israel does something fucked up, it's always noble. You know? They're always attacking Hamas. Hamas is everywhere, apparently. These motherfuckers, Israel's killed enough people to wipe out Hamas 3 or 4 times in this war. But Hamas just, tentacles everywhere.
Unilaterally bombing inside Qatar, a sovereign nation and close ally of the United States that is working very hard and bravely taking risks with us to broker peace, does not advance Israel or America's goals. However,
wow, you know what? That'll show those Israelis, boy. They're gonna feel the heat of that stinging statement that in no way was sent to Benjamin Netanyahu first for approval. I can't wait to hear this, however. Remember, everything before but is bullshit.
Eliminating Hamas, who have profited off the misery of those living in Gaza, is a worthy goal. President Trump immediately...
Oh, so we don't like that you guys bombed a sovereign... Let me translate this. We don't like that you guys bombed a sovereign country. But you know what? Fuck it.
Immediately directed Special Envoy Witkoff to inform the Qataris of the impending attack, which he did. The president views Qatar as a strong ally and friend of the United States and feels very badly about the location of this attack.
Hey, Qatar, we consider you a really close ally. We really like you guys. Sorry that that tiny little country that tells us what to do bombed you today. This is sociopathic behavior.
President Trump wants all of the hostages in Gaza and the bodies of the dead released, and this war to end now. President Trump also spoke to Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Here's what's going to happen. Hamas is going to release those hostages. They're going to come up from their tunnels and their bunkers, and Israel is just going to bomb them mercilessly. They know, Hamas knows that. That's why the hostages haven't been released yet. Because Hamas knows that Israel's dirty as fuck. And all Israel's going to do is get these Hamas guys to come out of their holes, release the hostages, and then Israel's going to be like, they're right there, fire, and then just fucking nape these people. And they don't care if they kill their own hostages. They don't give a shit.
Netanyahu after the attack. The prime minister told President Trump that he wants to make peace, and quickly.
You see, the guy who's invaded Syria, the guy who's still bombing Lebanon, and the guy who just added Qatar to his list of sovereign nations that he's now bombing, he really wants to make peace, you guys. This guy who's been flattening Gaza and wants to occupy it and take it over and make it part of greater Israel. That guy really wants to make peace, guys. He cries out in pain as he strikes you. I can't believe that you're making me kill more of your brown people.
President Trump believes this unfortunate incident could serve as an opportunity for peace.
Yeah, see, if Israel just keeps bombing the shit out of countries that have nothing to do with it, we'll be a lot closer to peace. Jesus. I'm telling you right now, if America wasn't Israel's bitch, that country would have been pushed into the river for all the bullshit it's pulled. And it's too bad because a lot of innocent people who do not support Israel's government would die. But isn't that the way they say it goes? I mean, the idea that Benjamin Netanyahu wants peace is so laughable. I'm mad that the entire press corps isn't laughing at her.
The president also spoke to the Emir and Prime Minister of Qatar and thanked them for their support and friendship to our country. He assured them that...
Yeah, sorry our dog got off the leash and ate your kid. Hope we can still be friends.
Such a thing will not happen again on their soil.
And to be clear, the president disagrees with the location of the strike and that he passed that along to the Prime Minister Netanyahu.
The president just confirmed that in the statement that I just read to you, which I spoke with him about before coming out here.
That means no. He's like, so did he call Netanyahu and goes, what the fuck are you doing? No. No, he made it clear in that statement that he doesn't. We're just their bitch. We're just their bitch. And like, why does anyone wonder why all these fucking countries hate Israel? It's not because they're anti-Semitic. It's not because they dislike Jews. It's because they will not stop fucking around. It's remarkable. Atomic Ray gifting a membership to Aaron's Dancing Porch Minky. A porch minky actually sounds cute. 200 even away from today's goal. Not only that, but we're 98 memberships away from 500. Thank you, guys. Keep it going. We hit 200 before 8:30. Can you go ahead and keep that moving, please? I would really appreciate it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Once we get into those mid ones in the 8 o'clock hour, I feel really, really good about the rest of the show. And today's show, if I don't mind me saying, has moved along fucking smartly. And of course, the more Rumble Rants and Super Chats and all that stuff comes in, the more I hang out with you guys in the chat. So it's a win-win. Ryan the Garbage Man says, according to Israel, Hamas are superhuman ninjas that can strike anywhere at any time. Yeah. If Hamas is in Qatar, then they ain't hurting you. It's a wonderful game they're playing. It's a wonderful game. And then Trump won't even call Netanyahu and tell him that he's being an asshole. Hey, did Trump say that to Netanyahu? Well, he just said it in this statement. That well, yeah, you know, that's that'll stop things. RFK Jr. had a controversial take yesterday. I actually wanted all of your guys' opinion on this because I think a lot of us like RFK Jr. and what he wants to do health-wise. But there's an issue in that this next thing I'm about to show you, RFK Jr. kind of clashes with a problem that a lot of us have, myself included. He's going to try and blame, in part, I think this is going to be a tricky one for you guys because I think a lot of us think he's half right and half wrong here. And where he's right, he's really right. And where he's wrong, he's really wrong. RFK Jr. is going to partially blame video games as a cause for mass shootings. Now, I don't play like Call of Duty. I don't play like insane first-person shooter games. Like right now, I'm playing Red Dead Redemption 2. I'm going back and finishing that game up again. I like it. I want to dick around with, the epilogue, the John Marston part of it. I want to play around with that a little bit. But it certainly doesn't, I think because it's a period piece, I don't go like, oh, I want to go back in the Old West and, shoot people. So I don't really understand the violent video game causes mass shootings thing. But I suppose if you're a schizophrenic nutbar with all kinds of mental damage, that kind of stuff can get you going. I mean, these people are fucking sick as all hell. That's for sure. Thank you, by the way, Nicholas, my golfing buddy, with $10 over on PayPal. Thank you, bud. I appreciate that. A few more of those. We're done for the day. Thank you. Clippers unite. Still seething, baby. $1. Why don't you promote Johnny's GoFundMe? Oh, the one I've given hundreds of dollars to and promoted on the show? Oh, another L for the Clippers. Let's humor him here. He's been loyal to you to a fault. You can't even post the link in the chat. How do you think that makes him feel? I donate to him frequently. You can't. Donated more money to Johnny than you have, pal. Sorry for your loss. It's too easy. I'm sorry. It is way too easy. And Clippers Unite, I'm really sorry, but you are often the butt of our jokes when you write in. You are our lol cow buddy, and I appreciate it. Let's go to RFK Jr., releasing his strategy on how to stop mass shootings. Look, man, I don't have to agree with RFK Jr. on everything, and I certainly don't. But I will say that even if I disagree with him on the violent video games thing, I am happy that he's trying. I am happy that he gives a shit and he's trying to solve this problem.
We had lots of guns when we were kids. We had comparably the same number of guns.
If I were a Kennedy, I'd be armed to the fucking teeth. I hear you.
Oh, but
if the government killed my dad and my uncle, yeah, I'd be strapped.
Doing that. We had gun clubs at my school. Kids brought guns to school and were encouraged to do so.
Okay, so what can we draw from that? It's not the guns. Something else is happening to us. It is not. The guns have been around for hundreds of years.
And nobody was walking into schools and shooting people. So, and this is not happening in other countries. Switzerland has a comparable number of guns as we do. And the last mass shooting they had was 23 years ago. We're having mass shootings every 23 hours. Oh, there are many, many things.
Well, now, the definition of mass shooting includes a lot of the shit that's happening in Chicago and everything. So if you want to talk about how to cut down mass shootings that way, I'm sorry, you're going to have to say some shit that's going to get you labeled racist, even though you're trying to stop and save black lives. Criticizing violent crimes committed in the black community is a very Black Lives Matter thing to do, because the lives you're ultimately trying to save are black people. It ain't Whitey getting capped in the hood. That's not the overall. That's not the overwhelming number of victims in a lot of these inner city shootings.
Happened in the 1990s that could explain these. One is the dependence on psychiatric drugs.
Yes.
Which is, in our country, is unlike any other country in the world.
But I don't even think it's the drugs that are causing the shootings. I think we have such fucking crazy people walking around that if they miss a fucking pill, they snap and kill people. Again, thank you, Ronald Reagan, but these people need to be locked in padded rooms. This Make America Healthy Again means getting the unhealthy the fuck out of here. I want mental institutions that are like leper colonies. You ain't getting better. If you're hanging on by one pill, or you might hurt somebody, or that you're so fucked up, they're like, here, give them a big dose of this antipsychotic drug and hope for the best. No. You can give them that antipsychotic if you want to, but they're going to have to be in a home somewhere that they can't get out of.
it could be, there could be connections with video games, with social media, or a number of things, and we are looking at that at NIH. So we are doing...
I think that the video games and the social media can certainly be part of it. But I think the underlying cause is the mental illness, and not even necessarily the drugs, although people are over-medicated in this country. It's the mental health crisis. It's the amount of fucking crazies that we have. And then we put them on drugs, and then they play video games, and then they have unfettered access to social media, and they get gassed up. And then they turn violent. So, and we also don't catch the breadcrumbs that they leave. Like I don't think you can point to the video games as a type A causality. I think that's that one is that there's a ricochet effect there.
Studies now. We're initiating studies to look at the correlation and the connection, potential connection between over-medicating our kids and this violence, and these other possible co-founders as well. Your other question?
Yeah, I love RFK Jr. I'm glad he's taking this on. I'm glad he's actually trying to figure it out. I get a little stressed, though, about the movement that RFK Jr. is starting, because he has 4 years. And that's not enough time to get it done. And I don't think the next person coming up after RFK Jr. is going to be as aggressive in trying to solve these problems as he is. But I look, man, I hope he gets some shit done. I hope he does accomplish some things. Brian says, if all those mentally ill hadn't been released from the asylums and been allowed to reproduce, we wouldn't have this many mentally ill. I wholeheartedly agree with you. Redman says SSRI drugs cause murder and suicide. Read the label. Well, I mean, suicidal thoughts are one of the potential side effects, so we can't say you're wrong there, man. You're absolutely right. We've got it. Like, we're way too tolerant of psychosis. I mean, that's not The Wrestler. He was fun, but we just don't. It's like we talk about it, we yell and scream about it, we know what the problem is, and then we just keep doing the same thing. Definition of insanity. Wanhead Rex says, Walden 2, B.F. Skinner, video games are conditioning stimuli. This can be utilized as augmentation to later BRM training. I'm sure there's studies that say that. I'm not smart enough. Tim Finman says, Venmo donation. Stupid browsers won't let me chat. An app won't send rants. Well, fuck. Thank you for working so hard to contribute to the program, Tim. I appreciate it. There's Tim with $5. Says an armed society is a polite one. Time for criminals and crazies to fear the potential VIX. Oh, I would agree. $1 from 191 Redbird says American inner city culture is a bastardization of honor culture. I scrolled down. Where any insult or perceived offense must be immediately responded to with violence or it is open season. I love this name. Gay Boners with 199 says your boy didn't do too bad, did he? I mean, we're not doing too bad today, and we haven't been doing too bad the last few weeks. Months, actually. Redbird with $1 says throw in drugs and mental illness and poverty and you get our current problem. I can't disagree with that either. Dr. Silverwolf with $5 says, yeah, video games are so violent. I feel bloodlust when I play this game. Uh-oh. What does Silverwolf get bloodlust when he does? What's the video game? Oh, yeah. Slime Rancher. That's a big one. Yeah. If this doesn't make you want to shoot up a school, I don't know what does. Oh, look at that. That's clearly a gym blowing up. Kids are obese now, so this might look like them. Yeah. Wow, Slime Rancher. Yeah, I think these video games have gotten out of hand. I bet you if I go to the chat right now, a lot of people are going to tell me, Aaron, all I want to do now is pick up a gun, go and kill a bunch of people. after watching Slime Rancher. Thank you. T. Duden says Venmo, PayPal, autonomous drones, subjugation. Yes, people are, what are they? They're donating on Venmo today because PayPal was a Peter Thiel creation, so they're contributing in other ways to avoid Peter Thiel. They're a creative audience. I love doing a show for them. I really do. By the way, Silverwolf up to 40 this week. Thank you, buddy. 180 away from today's goal. Keep going. Keep going. Love it. Appreciate it. Hey, get Jessweg a membership. What's Jessweg doing in the Steel Toe chat without a membership? She's a big Steel Toe fan. Get her one. Go ahead and gift a membership on Rumble, and let's hook up Jessweg as a thank you for being a great Steel Toe supporter. 180 away from today. Once again, I have to say, you guys are on it. Stay on it. You're doing great. I appreciate it. All right, this next story is going to make me very happy. You Philadelphia Eagle fans, God, I want to beat you guys this year. You're just so insufferable. You really are the worst sports fans out there. And when I saw this story, I said, this may not matter. This may not carry a lot of relevance. This is 1,000% totally for me. But fuck you people. And I really want to show you guys getting duped. So apparently a Philadelphia Eagles fan fell victim to a scam trying to buy tickets to the home opener. I really want to see a sad Eagles fan cry about getting his money stolen. It was great to watch that dad be a fucking pussy in that Philly Karen thing and then wear an Eagles shirt on the news. Fly birds fly indeed. Somebody get Jessweg a membership over there on Rumble. I'm not going to be happy until we have a gifted membership and Jessweg is officially embraced and cradled in the bosom of the toe. I like shit like that. Let's do it. 180 away from today. All right, Eagles fans, here you go. Here's your brave fan base.
A warning, if you're looking to buy tickets, you need to be using caution. An Eagles fan was hoping to score tickets to last week's season opener and thought he found a legitimate seller on Facebook, but he says he lost hundreds of dollars and never got those tickets to the big game.
Not only, look, I'm a little torn on this story, to be honest, because it's an Eagles fan getting ripped off, which I'm very pleased about. But also, I don't believe in victimizing mentally retarded people. I think that's wrong, and I think you should go to jail for it. I think there should be harsh consequences. So what's the call here? I've got a Philly Eagles fan being ripped off. Haha, great, funny. Dollars to donuts, he's retarded. We're going to see him talk here in a little bit. I'm really worried that I'm going to feel bad for him.
News reporter Caroline Goggin live for us in South Philadelphia with his story and some tips tonight from the experts,
sweetie.
Caroline.
Yeah, Gray, the Attorney General's office tells me that it has not received any complaints about that Facebook group where these tickets are being sold. It currently has more than 10,000 followers, many of them Eagles fans just looking to buy tickets for this season. An expert tells me tonight that while many of those tickets could be legitimate, he says a lot of them could also be scams. It was the hottest ticket in week 1 of the NFL.
Oh, because we had to unveil our Super Bowl banner. Yay! Another one. Fuck you.
Seat to Thursday night's Eagles-Cowboys game in South Philadelphia.
I just wanted to get these tickets. I take my wife.
So EJ Brady turned to this Facebook group, Eagles Tickets Buying and Selling Exchange.
It sounded legit the whole time.
He messaged a user who...
How much for 2 tickets to the Dallas game if you still have them? Hello, $300 each. Oh, well, then in that case, they must be legit. All right. Yeah, I asked him how many for the tickets, and he said 300, so it seemed legit. He asked me for $300. He's got to be for real, right?
Claimed to be selling tickets to Thursday's game for $300 apiece. Brady says he checked.
All right, let's look. Hi, yes, you can buy from him. So what would happen if I sent the money and he didn't send me the tickets? Every verified seller has already been confirmed through the Eagles office. As long as you follow the proper process, there won't be any issues. Oh, no. So he wrote to like the administrator of the group, and he was like, yeah, I gave this guy money. I still don't have my tickets. I don't know what to do.
In with an administrator of the group to make sure they were a verified seller.
He told me that the guy's legit, so I sent him over to 600.
The seller then told Brady he had 4 tickets to sell and would not divide them.
I hate the Eagles so much.
So Brady used Apple Cash to send the seller $1,000 for the 4 tickets.
You fucking asshole! Oh my God! You stupid motherfucker. Oh, you deserve it. Oh, I love how you got tush pushed out the fucking door. Hey, I gave you $600 and you didn't send me my 2 tickets. Oh, yeah, I'm having trouble separating them. Just send me $1,000 and we'll be, oh, all right. Well, that sounds totally reasonable. Here's $1,000. Fucking ape-brained dickhead. You deserve it.
All of a sudden, I was blocked.
Out the money.
And then he blocked you. Oh, this is fantastic. EAGLESRETARD, retard.
And without the tickets.
They might look like they're legitimate sellers.
Holy shit, that's the scammer. We found him. That's the guy. Hello, my friend. I have your tickets here. All I need is $300. Oh, nope, never mind. I can't separate them. I need another $700. I know the math on 4 tickets does not add up on that at fucking all. But, oh no, you gave me $600? Yeah, oh no, just another $400. I'll give you the other 2 tickets for $200 apiece. Oh, it will be such a great deal.
But then they have essentially built their reputation over time to essentially fool people.
Venkat Margapuri is an assistant professor of computing sciences at Villanova. He says if you're looking for tickets online, look for these red flags.
I have a foolproof way. Like my buddy and I, when we go to Vikings games, we sometimes buy off the ticket exchanges. Usually it's Ticketmaster or one of those services. But Ryan the Garbage Man says that's a Chicago accent. I don't know how to talk like apes. I'm sorry. We'll buy off Ticketmaster usually. But sometimes we've bought off the ticket exchanges, and there's a very foolproof way to avoid scammers. You just do this thing where you write to them and you're like, hey, are these tickets legit? I'd like to buy them. And they're like, yeah, they're legit. Then you write back to them, and this is very important. Or even send them a video clip, and you go, if these tickets aren't legit, I'm going to come to your house and fucking kill you. And then if they go, holy shit, I'm sorry, I'll sell you the tickets. They're legit. They're totally fine. If they call the police, they're full of shit.
A seller who pressures you to make a quick decision, one who refuses to transfer tickets through a platform like Ticketmaster, or sends you to another website that doesn't appear legitimate. He says if the price is too good to be true, it probably is.
You got to buy them right before game time. Sometimes they are too good to be true, and it's a good price because they're trying to dump them. But yes, if there's like $500 club seats at 8 a.m, and they're selling them for $200, yeah, you're getting fucked.
Sellers on sites such as Facebook Marketplace and perhaps even Craigslist, they're not required to verify their identity unless their sales have hit a certain volume.
Making it hard to know who you can and cannot trust. That's why Brady is sharing his story.
I can't let these other people get scammed.
That's all they could use from his interview, by the way, because he's an Eagles fan and he's a dipshit. I just don't want other people to get scammed. Don't worry, we won't. You're dumb.
Now, Brady tells me that he did reach out to Facebook about this particular group and about this possible scam, and they said they have not had any issues with this page. He also...
So you're so stupid. You're the one bird dog who sniffed out the scammer. Good job, buddy.
Situation to the FTC. Now, the expert you just heard from at Villanova University tells me if you're going to buy a ticket online, do it from a verified ticket platform like a Ticketmaster or a SeatGeek. He says if you are going...
People shit on Ticketmaster, but like honestly, my buddy and I, when we go to Vikings games, we sit at a bar, we watch like the stock market, we wait for the club seats to go down to like 1 something, and we jump on it. Ticketmaster is no more expensive than any other place. And you got a lot of people who just keep dropping prices the closer it gets to kickoff.
Going to do it through Facebook. Make sure you pay with a credit card so you can dispute the charge if you have to. Of
course.
We're live tonight outside of the link in South Philadelphia. I'm Caroline Goggin for Action News at 10 on PHL 17.
Hey,
Sorry.
All right, a lot.
Don't worry. Everything you just said to Philadelphia Eagles fans in that news report, they didn't catch any of that. I promise you. I swear. 5 gifted memberships from Gray Duckling. Thank you, buddy.
I have sworn on the altar of God, total resistance against every form of tyranny, against the mind of men.
Hey, the Tigger next door got a membership. That makes me happy. I appreciate that. And also $5. Oh, shit. Where'd that $5 go? It's not on my chat ninja anymore. I can't bring it up. Eso Horny with $5 says, any impression that you do is better than any Shuli impression, but I digress. Shuli's remarkably untalented. He needs the toe. And I have no problem allowing him to need the toe. It's okay. He couldn't catch on. He couldn't catch on unless he started making fun of a guy who was held in higher esteem on the Stern Show than he was. And then that guy sued him, and now he's got to pay lawyers. Fucking aces. And then, he was using Eso's email, in the discovery in his lawsuit. I'll be very quick with this. I'm changing my opinion after seeing that how closely intertwined Shuli and Eso. If you don't know, his producer Eso is in prison right now for possession of CSAM, if you will. I think Shuli knew about it. I think he knew that Eso was up to some fucked up shit because Shuli had access to the email. Shuli was getting stuff from Eso's email. I think he probably knew that something was fucky with this Eso guy, but he just ignored it because he probably works on the cheap and he does everything I ask him to do. And, it's really none of my business if he's victimizing other people. So I wonder if he didn't have an inkling that something fucky was going on. I don't know. Weird to see the Jew get sued, though. It's very strange. If he stopped talking about me, his entire channel would just become like Gaza, bombed out and depleted. And he'd only have a Jew to blame. All right, our goal right now is 150. Away from today's goal. Holy shit, 8:30, and you guys are at 150. Thank you. Keep it going. Keep it going. Brian says they both used to get high and play online games with children. Super sus. Yeah, I wouldn't. I wouldn't do that. Dexter Morgan says, are you causing deformation for yourself again, silly? No. I'm saying, in my opinion, because of what I've seen, I think he might have known something was up. It's totally fine to say. 100%. I know you're trying to grasp at straws, buddy, but unlike these other guys, trained broadcaster. Know the rules. I know it hurts. I know it sucks. I know you have no comeback for me on any of this shit. And so it's just, I have to make shit up. But, dude, to drive by, fucking with you a little bit, then I move on, you're going to be fine. There'll be 9 shows that'll cope about this for hours. You're going to be A-okay. All right, guys, we got over 600 people checking out the toe. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. We're 150 away. My audience is going to get really annoyed and bored if I keep talking about this shit because it is gay to them. So go ahead and hit like, hit subscribe, throw in a few memberships, throw in a few bucks. We do appreciate it. Let's continue on. We've got, I don't want to leave the Philly bashing, but we have to. We got a little bit of police brutality. This time, an Asian guy being the victim of police brutality. This is a unicorn that we found here. El Paso, Texas police used a suspect as a human punching bag, beating the living daylights out of him over the weekend, and it was all caught on video. Now, I haven't watched this yet, and I'm going to full screen it because it's kind of a narrow video. But anytime I see a police beating being filmed in the middle, I'm not saying that it's not the police being absolute pieces of shit, because it probably is. But I definitely save my judgment until I see more, because there's been too many instances where I've jumped to a conclusion based on a clip of video, and then afterward I go, oh, fuck, now I look like a dipshit. And that's like, it's good that I'm somebody who does a show that can admit when I fuck something up. It engenders trust with your audience. You know, these other guys who just cope and stuff like that, it's short money, really. But like, it's still not fun to do. Like, just because I have that tool in my tool belt where I go to my audience, I go, oh God, guys, rip me apart today. I fucked this one up. That doesn't mean I enjoy doing it and I should just keep throwing myself into that fire. So I'd rather be right than be first. And with these Asian guys getting the shit beat out of them by the cops, it's fucked up. Don't get me wrong. But I don't know what happened before this. I have no idea what the lead up was. Let's take a look. Oh, fuck. Okay. All right. After about that, after that big diatribe I went on, after 3 seconds of this video, I'm fully able to say this is fucked up and they should not have done that. Even in the UFC, you can't throw a knee at a downed opponent. Jesus. Can we watch that again? That is brutal. Like, you can hear his teeth clack together. Listen to it. Oh! I was ready to look that way to see if I could see where his head flew to. Holy shit. Got to stop giving these guys mixed martial arts training. It's the click, dude. It's the fact that you can hear the clicking of whatever the fuck broke. Oh, and now we punch that guy. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. And they tased him. Jesus Christ. All right. I don't know what happened beforehand. I'm guessing the guy was resisting. He might have been, rough crew, spitters and shitters. But the knee to the head, the punching in the face, the taser, I'm pretty sure with the 3-on-1, that was not something you needed to do. Oh, you know what? I hear he yelled, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. That's what happened.
Yo! What? You got Jason, yo!
He's still, holy, dude, let go of the trigger. You can hear it. He's still electrocuting this motherfucker.
Yo!
It's like watching Glenn get beaten by Negan all over again. Ho, taking it like a champ. Oh my God. Are you trying to say something? I hit you so hard, I popped your goddamn eye out of your head, and he's still trying to talk.
Yo, what the fuck is this? You got Jason, yo.
Oh, now we're going to handcuff him. Okay. Hey, guys. Hey. I think he's had enough. I think we put him in cuffs now. I think we've done enough to this poor guy. Come on, you don't have one more kick in you? Oh, you better get that knee on his shoulder. You don't want him getting up. Oh my God.
It's all good. Yo, nah, bro, it's not all good. That's not good, though.
It's all good, guys. Nah, bro, and go back to that.
It's all good. Yo, nah, bro, it's not all good. That's not good, though.
The white guy is over there giving thumbs up. That's a very white guy thing to do. Oh, no, I'm good. I'm going back into the party. How about you guys? What the fuck happened here? Now, all the while, witnesses react totally appalled as another officer socks a bystander. We saw that. He punched a bystander. The El Paso police confirmed to TMZ the shocking footage pertains to an arrest made on Saturday after they received a report about an individual assaulting a security guard. That can't be the guy that got the knees to the head. No way. That can't be the guy. Really? After all that beating he took? Jesus. Police say the guard attempted to escort a vomiting individual out of the establishment. All right. During which 25-year-old Nima Dendup struck him, which encouraged several individuals to gang up on the guard as well. Oh, so it was a security guard. So they started beating the shit out of a security guard who was trying to take someone out of an establishment. When officers arrived, they observed 30 to 40 people yelling and the security guard attempting to detain Dendup. And that's when, okay, then you see what happened next. Oh, no, here's the guy who got that's what the knee to the face did. There we go. That was a rough night, kid. You got to shake that one off. Another 25-year-old, Menda Wangchuk Dorji, continued to intervene and ignored officers' commands while they assisted the victim, landing him in the El Paso County Jail. Dendup is charged with assaulting a public servant and has a bond set at $10,000, while Dorji is locked up for resisting arrest and a $5,000 bond. The El Paso police did not immediately reply to TMZ's inquiry about the seemingly excessive use of violence by police during arrest. Well, here's one thing about this. This happened in El Paso, Texas. You know, this wasn't the LAPD. This isn't the NYPD. You're not going to get like this big, sophisticated PR response of like, we're really sorry and we're investigating. And El Paso might just tell you, well, around here, boys, it's fuck around and find out. And these boys found out. Because there's nothing you can really do to these cops if the police department goes, yeah, fuck you. This is how we do things in El Paso. And I'm thinking you might get that response out of the El Paso Police Department. I think that the El Paso Police Department will go, yeah, I don't really see how this is any of your guys' fucking business. Hulkamasha Baby with $1 says, I'm worried you misunderstood Get Bored. We are bored by it. Oh, sorry. If you come here to hate Steel Toe, I legitimately can't comment on it because my audience, you see, they want a real show and not gay weird shit. So I'm sorry. I don't want to ignore you because I know my attention is very important, but Hulkamasha Baby gets mad. And I don't want to make Hulkamasha Baby mad. I want to make you mad. And mission accomplished. Asians in El Paso, I'm calling bullshit, says Rabbi Smoothie. Aussie Mark saying, what are all those Nepalese doing in El Paso? I'm telling you, dude, I think the El Paso police are going to handle this the way that maybe a lot of other police departments should maybe handle it. Is they'll go, these guys were beating the shit out of a security guard. This guy was being extra dickish, so we fucked him up. We tuned him up. So I don't think you're going to get a lot of I don't think you're going to get the apology and the pushback and a lot of the griping and crying that you see from big city police departments from El Paso on this one. Soylent Goy says they have Asian cowboys in Texas. They're based. Oh, I didn't know that. All right. 150 away from today's goal and 93 gifted memberships away from 500. Hey, guys, I'm really happy with the way things are going today. Just keep them going. Well, if we're 150 away, and we usually like to be at 100 by 9:30, and you guys have pretty much given me every request I've asked for today, let me try this one. We got 15 minutes until the top of the hour. Can we get to a hundo by 9 o'clock? Can we do it? All right. If we get to a hundo by 9 o'clock, I'll pick out a WPH story for you and you can get your sirens out. That's the deal. 15 minutes, 150 away from today's goal. If we get to a hundo by the top of the hour, you'll get a WPH. An ex-Breitbart reporter gave Caroline Leavitt some shit over Trump's handling of the Epstein scandal. You know, I was kind of grossed out by the MAGA people yesterday because they're really trying way too hard to cover for Trump. And the covering they're doing for Trump is just so desperate. I mean, the gymnastics, it's gymnastics they'd never perform for Biden. And one thing I wanted MAGA to do is be more like Marjorie Taylor Greene, where you're going to be just as vigilant when it comes to your side as you were when it was the other side. And unfortunately, a lot of the MAGA crowd has not kept that up. A lot of them are mad about the Epstein stuff. But like that birthday card shit came out yesterday. And I got comments, from fans, and I respect their opinion, don't get me wrong. But some of these fans were like, no, Aaron, you don't understand. It's a hoax. Like they're buying the hoax thing. That birthday card was bullshit. It was a fake birthday card. They planted it. It wasn't even Trump. We saw a YouTube video of a handwriting guy, and he said it couldn't be Trump at all. I mean, all right, guys, that's fine if that's where we're going to go with it. But I don't agree with you. I don't think that it's some kind of weird hoax. I don't think it's some kind of strange, conspiracy to get Trump. I just don't. I think it's a birthday card that he gave Jeffrey Epstein. It's shaped like a naked chick. It's written, the verbiage in it is fucking weird. I think Trump is absolutely a part of this Epstein stuff. And we're going to have to go around him if we want to get this. They're going to have to fire Bongino. Bongino's going to have to leak it. Elon maybe could tell us a little more about what he knows. Something. Somebody's going to have to step up and play hero ball here. So Breitbart decided to grill Carolyn Levitt, or someone who used to work for Breitbart and is in the White House press corps, decided to grill Caroline Levitt about Trump's handling of the Epstein thing. And I'm glad that people in right-wing media are doing this, because you can't keep letting him get away with everything's a Comey, Clinton, and Obama hoax.
Charlie.
You addressed the crime of Irina Zurika, and the president has done a lot to deliver justice for victims of crimes like that horrific stabbing. And the Epstein files are back in the news because a lot of Americans feel that that Jeffrey Epstein's victims never got justice.
We don't think that. We know that. We know they never got justice. Virginia Giuffre is dead. And she knew she was going to die, and even though she didn't have like a terminal illness for a long time or anything like that, she's like, yeah, I'm going to die soon. And then she did. All these other women are coming forward. Keep an eye on them now. We don't think that they're not being honest. We know they're not being honest.
Does the president care about these victims? Do you think he can does he want to deliver more justice for them, and is he willing to meet with them?
The president cares about victims of all crimes, and that's why Republicans in the Trump Department of Justice have done more in terms of transparency when it comes to the Epstein case than any prior administration.
Whoa. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand and applaud the world's tallest midget. Holy shit. Oh my God. So the Trump administration, their defense is, hey, you know this guy who's been blackmailing every president, including myself, for decades and decades? You know, we've done more, and all those presidents have covered up what he's done. We've been more transparent than all of those guys. We just lied and then released stuff we knew wouldn't make us look too bad. We've done more than they have. Oh, so you stopped covering for Jeffrey Epstein? No, in fact, we're thinking of letting his girlfriend out of prison. Oh, interesting. We've done more to be transparent on Epstein than every other administration. That's literally going, ha, there. We're more transparent than everyone else has ever been. That is a low bar.
That's all of a sudden caring about this. It's because they are desperately trying to concoct a hoax to smear the president of the United States. We have seen this.
We fucking voted for you. We wanted to put you in office partly because we thought we were going to finally put this thing to bed once and for all. And all we're getting out of you guys now is it's a hoax. Before we were told It could be an intelligence conspiracy. It was a blackmail thing. It was sex trafficking. And now we're being told it's a hoax? That's transparency? At least Bill Clinton and George Bush and Joe Biden and Barack Obama pretended it didn't fucking exist.
Time and time again. Ro Khanna and all of these other Democrats, they could have cared about those victims 4 years ago.
What about Marjorie Taylor Greene? What about Thomas Massey? Because they're right there next to Ro Khanna.
When Joe Biden was in office, they could have pushed for transparency then. Unfortunately, the Democrats are using victims as political pawns to try to smear and to push a hoax against the President of the United States. And I will get you...
I don't know. This sounds like the people with steel-toe derangement syndrome and all their crazy copes. That they're not... Aaron's the crazy one. Mm-hmm. No. 100%. Totally. Don't worry, Trump administration. You guys are the normal ones. We're insane.
Numbers on the amount of child predators that this administration and this FBI and this Department of Justice have locked up under President Trump's leadership.
Right, and we're happy about that. So why is it that you're being skittish on this one? That's kind of our point. You found 22,000 of those missing children under the Biden administration. But you won't go after, you won't expose this guy's network and what he's done. That's why we're a little fucky about what's going on.
We have done more than any president to protect victims of crime, especially disgusting, heinous sexual crimes. And that includes the deportation of illegal aliens who are perpetrating these crimes against innocent victims in our country right now today. And that remains a top priority for this administration.
Does the president, will he meet with...
But we agree with you. That's why this Epstein thing sticks out like a sore thumb the way it does. Is that getting through?
The victims on the...
Oh, and then they cut it off after he was about to ask about the victims. Is he going to meet with the victims? He apparently doesn't think they exist. So I'm going to say that he's probably not going to meet with the victims. Because I believe his answer would be, what victims? There's victims in this whole deal? Sam Show says the accusations are coming from inside the party. Yes! There's more Republicans than Democrats asking about this. Bapa Shab says the bitch took off her crucifix when Bibi was around. Did she really? God damn, man. That's like some, who's the one who denied Jesus 3? That's some St. Peter shit. Taking off the crucifix around Bibi. Atomic Ray says, I can forget about all this Epstein kerfuffle if Trump can locate and return my foreskin. I'll take one printed from my own T cells. Look, everybody has their standards for forgiveness. Who am I to judge? All right, guys, we are 150 away from today's goal. You guys are still ahead. Let's stay ahead. And let's knock out 50, but let's knock out 50 of that 150 in the next 5 minutes, and we'll give you a WPH at 9 o'clock. Let's get ahead. At the very least, let's get to 100 by 9:30. I am always cognizant of us falling behind. It's 9:30 seems to, from 6 o'clock to 9, we are money, and we've been that way today. We're still money. But there's that 9, after that, it starts to, we gotta kind of push the car up the rest of the hill. Let's not do that today. We have had an unbelievable week so far. Let's keep doing it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Gifted memberships are great. We're 93 away from 500. Keep knocking that number down. Money. Rational Redhead says, my sister lives in El Paso. They have had knives pulled on them in store parking lots. She carries. Her kids are black belts that have to carry knives too. Her husband is also Border Patrol. So El Paso's kind of a rough and tumble place. Okay. So, I think those cops are probably going to go, yeah, get fucked. He deserved it. And then that'll be the end of the story. Like, if they're not going to apologize, you really don't have any story to go with on that El Paso thing. But that knee to the face was brutal. The tasing him for like 10 seconds was vicious. I mean, they really tuned that guy up. That was an old school beatdown. That's for sure. Hey, guys, I got to pee real quick. Let's do the pee break. Let's see if we can break into that 150 and get it down there a little bit. We're just about at striking distance. We've got the final hour and a half of the show coming up next. We got a lot of good stuff for you. Stick around. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, and let's have another win for the toe. So much lighter. I feel nimble. I feel quick. My YouTube algorithm right now is so fucked. I've been watching a lot of, I love watching people shit on Tim Pool. I've been watching a lot of Sam Cedar. And I've been telling you guys this. I don't dislike Sam Cedar. I know he's a big time lefty, lib, whatever. I think he's kind of funny. I do. And he's great at shitting on Crowder, and he's great at shitting on Tim Pool, and he's great at shitting on Dave Rubin. And I enjoy that. I'm sure if I watched Tim Pool rant about the economy or Medicare or any of this shit, I'd be like, oh, shut the fuck up. But I like it when he's making fun of Tim Pool. I like that. So I've got so all of my YouTube videos are like Sam Cedar, Nick Fuentes, Minnesota Vikings. Right here. Majority Report. Tim Pool panics when his Trump bootlicking is exposed. Next video. J.J. McCarthy showed the world he's a franchise QB. Dave Smith goes nuclear on Ben Shapiro. Ooh, that might actually be a lot of fun to watch. Rich Eisen, what J.J. McCarthy proved in his disastrous to victorious NFL debut. Stacey ruins football week 1. Daily Wire losers getting wrecked. Washington Commanders face Green Bay Packers in Thursday night game, and then for some reason, it still isn't going to suck itself. Banned 1970s songs from Rhoda Harden. It's a fucked up algorithm between the Sam Cedar rabbit hole I'm in, my Vikings rabbit hole I'm in, and your guys' submissions on Rumble Friday. It's all over the goddamn place. All right, we're starting to fall behind. 150 away from today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Let's try to avoid that. And you guys go ahead and just throw in $5. All of you do it, and we'll knock it out. Mamdani, what was the name that somebody... Kami Mamdani or something like that. The communist who's running for mayor in New York City. Dude, this guy has such great ideas. He's so awesome. This guy's going to totally not turn New York into a post-apocalyptic shithole. He is going to fix every problem that New York City has. I mean, we have listeners in New York, and I really hope you guys are planning to vote for this dude because, oh my God, he's the Messiah, which is ironic. Now he's talking about how he wants to reduce the New York City jail population and abolish the New York Police Department's gang database. So he wants to stop tracking gang members. It's a great idea. That'll help with so many investigations. And he wants to reduce the jail population. You know, after what happened in Charlotte, North Carolina, this motherfucker's like, you know what we need to do? We need to let more people out of jails. People are like, sometimes people just get thrown in prison and it's because these private prisons are terrible and we need to stop encouraging these. I'm okay if these private prisons make shitloads of money if we're keeping crazy violent offenders locked the fuck up for as long as humanly possible. I'm okay with it. Like, we had a program in Minnesota that was great for combating sex offenders. And it was, if you were a convicted sex offender and you had a prison sentence, and then that prison sentence was up, we would give you an analysis. And if we found out that you're probably going to reoffend, which 90 some odd % of sex offenders do, we locked you in a sex offender treatment program and we didn't let you out until you were deemed okay to be released and not a danger to society. 2 people were ever released, 1 reoffended. So nobody was getting out of that thing for decades until finally, I believe it was Governor Dayton came along and he said, well, it's very terrible that we're putting all these people in as treatment is against the Constitution and I'm going to shut it down. And he did. And then he fucking did a header off his desk. So we got rid of that, even though that was a great way, this civil commitment, to stop these people. New York now with Mamdani, he thinks the problem with New York is they're locking up too many people and they're tracking gangs too much. Check this guy out. Tell me he's not the savior that New York City needs.
Let me ask you about a bunch of different policies just to kind of get your thinking out there. If city council legislation to abolish the NYPD gang database were to pass, would you support and sign that?
I have supported that proposal. It's one that I've supported because of the vast dragnet has meant the inclusion of New Yorkers on the basis of whether they go out late, photos they put on social media. There's no question.
So we investigate people and then we go, ooh, might want to keep an eye on them. Oh, I can see why a Muslim would be against something like that. Like a no-fly list, terrorist watch list, shit like that. Okay, I see where that's coming from. But at the same time, if you think New York's problem, see, this is one of those dipshit socialists who honest to God believes that we're creating these criminals. That if we weren't so mean to them, if we were nicer to these guys, we wouldn't have these problems. These guys wouldn't commit these violent crimes, but we're so mean and we make them a part of the system that they can't help but stab and shoot and rob innocent people. Now, most of us who are past the age of 4 realize that that's fucking bullshit. I don't know how people like Mamdani get to adulthood and they still buy this shit.
We have to take gangs extremely seriously. And yet I find that a database that includes New Yorkers on such bases is one that doesn't actually do exactly that.
Okay.
So we need to take gangs very seriously. And in order to take gangs very seriously, what we need to do and what we have to do is we have to stop monitoring them. It makes a lot of sense. Ablo Pacheco says they want to burn down our systems of governance to rule over us. An evil man will burn down a kingdom to rule the ashes. Sun Tzu. Sun Tzu quote today. Boomer Bob Show says this guy was a theater kid. He's an actor and is just performing for those who auditioned him. That's a good way to put it. MN Gal says your Dayton impression is spot on. You know, I'll be honest, when I did the Dayton impression, I'm like, you know what? I'm bringing back an oldie but a goodie because our contributions have slowed down today. And instead of being like PayPal, Venmo, Streamlabs, and whatever, we're $100, $150 away, we might be falling behind. Instead of being a broken record, I'm like, you know what I'll do? I'll reach into the bag, I'll grab them an oldie but a goodie, and I'll come back to the chat, and it'll be flowing in. I was wrong. I was wrong. Guys, let's rally up. 150 away. Let's close it out. You've been good all day. This is our struggle session. I don't want to have the struggle session. So Mamdani was then asked about reducing the jail population. Now, I would argue that if you have a lot of really well-behaved citizens and those citizens are not committing crimes, then I think jail cells being empty is a great thing. It means you have peace and prosperity on the streets. But if you're only emptying the jails because you just think the statistics look better that way, you're going to have a nightmare on your streets. But again, if Mamdani doesn't understand that monitoring gang activities at whatever age he is a good idea, I doubt he's learned this lesson.
The jail population of Rikers has increased since Eric Adams has come into office by more than 1,000 additional incarcerated New Yorkers.
That's because de Blasio didn't lock anybody the fuck up. And I would argue that Adams isn't tough enough on crime. What does that make me? It makes you a Nazi and a white supremacist, Aaron. Shut up!
And what is quite staggering to me is that we know that we can reduce that jail population.
How?
To less than 4,000. I mean, Vital City had an article about a number of different...
I'm okay. Like, what New Yorker sees that as a priority? You got a rat problem. You got homeless people all over the fucking place. You've got crime rates that are up from, the good old days. And a priority of yours is getting the prison population down. What New Yorker shares this priority with you? I'd like to speak with them.
Proposals that could reduce it to 3,700. And
how? Who are you
some
letting
of this
out?
Also just has to look at the average stay on Rikers in the 90s was 50 days. Now it's more than 100.
That's because in the 90s, you guys subscribed to something called the broken window theory. Meaning if Giuliani told the NYPD to put a baton up the ass of every squeegee man fucking around with cars, everybody else would behave. Because if they'll shove a baton up a squeegee man's ass, what do they do to you for mugging a tourist? That's why the average stay in Rikers was shorter. You didn't have a lot of really bad criminals. But now you got some big bad eggs and you got to lock those motherfuckers up.
There are more than 1,500 people on Rikers who have been held there for more than a year. So I do.
Okay, what did they do? You can't sit there and tell me the amount of time they've been in prison and then expect me to feel bad. I need to know what they did.
I think many of the reforms that have to be made are also reforms around the court system and ensuring that people are actually having speedy.
So, yeah, even Twitter was like, cut this fucking guy off. So he's like, oh, a lot of people are in Rikers for over a year. Isn't that bad? I'm like, well, it depends. Hey, this guy's been in jail for 2 years because he, emailed a guy that he's an asshole. Okay, well, that fucking sucks. That guy should be out of jail. This guy's been in 2 years. Isn't that terrible? What did he do? Rape. No, he should still be in there. It's okay that he's been in there for 2 years. Somebody texting in saying they still have a civil commitment center out near Moose Lake. Yeah, but we don't do the sex offender civil commitment program. That's way different. That's way different. Chips and Diff says that knee is bouncing like crazy. Some of Johnny's weed, Aaron. No, a couple things. The Celsius is hitting me kind of hard today. I can tell. And also the contribution, like the closer it gets to 9:30 and we're still up around 150. This is an everyday thing with me. I just get fucking nervous and I get a little, I go back to the chat and I'm like, there's got to be a couple things there. And then there's not. And then, you know me. You know how anal retentive I am about the goal. Like I always say, the goal is life. And that's why from 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock, you see Steel Toe not asking for money, not talking about money. And after 9 o'clock, when it slows down, you get nervous, you start talking about money more. That's a big deal. But if you guys keep throwing in 5 or 10, I can just come back from these stories. I can read your Rumble rants. I can read your gifted memberships and shit like that, and then read some freebies, and we'll be good. Jesus fucking Christ. American Renaissance with $1 on PayPal. I can't read that. Here, I'll read the words I can read. That chimp zoo animal psycho fucking in Charlotte thought the woman he killed on the train was reading his mind. If you're soft on crime, you are the problem. Green lights in the chat, WPH. I don't know, man. We've been stuck for a while. I don't think we're getting any WPH. I don't think that it's not looking good today. Some people in the chat now saying, well, It's actually because Johnny's not here today. You know, you had that guy yesterday who was like, it's Johnny's fault you're not hitting the goal right now. Now they're saying maybe it's Johnny's fault that you've completely locked up at 150. Like, we were at 150 by like 8 o'clock. We were fucking killing it. And then it just all fell off. Beavis Lee Ray with $2 says they didn't do nothing. Yeah, I mean, that philosophy has really gotten New York very far in the last, 15 years or so. It's really worked out well. 150 away from today. Yeah, our goal hasn't dropped for about an hour. Our goal has not dropped for an hour. That means we've been doing Aaron, just focus, do the show. They always come through for you. It's okay. Stop. $50 in the next 18 minutes. They've gone on rushes like that before. It's totally doable. You'll be all right, buddy. I hope so, because this has been a very easy week. You know, Monday and Tuesday were fucking simple. Tuesday evening was even more so. So, like, you get used to it. And so now when you have a day like today, you're like, God, shit, it hasn't been easy the last hour. You start to, you lose your frame of reference. Let's continue on here. Did you see the birthday book that they released about Epstein yesterday? This is fucking creepy. Look, his 50th birthday book has been released. Congress obtained a copy of Jeffrey's birthday book and released it publicly Monday, showing artwork from an unidentified artist or pervert that will surely gross some people out. Now, remember, all of this Epstein stuff, you guys, it's a hoax. It's Obama. It's Hillary. It's Comey. Epstein stuff. What Epstein stuff? Oh, look, what does that look like? Oh, that looks like a harem of underage girls giving him a massage. Oh, that looks like a bunch of little kids getting balloons and candy from a grown man. I don't think any of this stuff was supposed to see the light of day. Excuse me. I have tuberculosis. The documents obtained by TMZ included drawing depicting a man handing a multicolored balloon to a group of pigtailed girls with 1983 scribbled at the bottom. Now, here's the problem. So this is like, okay, Epstein's grooming them at a young age, and then they're massaging him on a beach. Here's the problem with these PDFs, is that they cannot help but tell on themselves because they're proud of what they do. They're proud of who they are. They have no shame about this. But it's the societal shame that we all have for them that causes them to kind of lay low. But in their private time, they've got drawings, the other PDFs that they hang out with. They have to share the lifestyle and they have to brag about it subtly. It's fucking gross. All of these people with these sexually deviant lifestyles, these disgusting fucking pigs, they've got to find ways to like flaunt it, but quietly because they don't want the public to judge them. I've seen it firsthand before. It's fucking disgusting that people feel like they have to flaunt it. And then so people will notice, but then you have plausible deniability. These people are fucking scum and monsters. It's not exactly clear if the guy is Epstein, because he has a full head of dark hair instead of the salt and pepper look. However, Epstein was just 30 in 1983, so he probably wasn't graying much yet. So we have more disturbing Epstein evidence.
Well, at long last, some of the Epstein documents that everyone has been clamoring for have been released by the House Oversight Committee.
Not necessarily the information people want, which are names.
Yet, but I will say that what we have gotten,
it's significant.
Certainly is eye-opening and points to people around Epstein clearly knowing what his MO was.
No. It wasn't that they knew what his MO was. It's that they were part of the MO. It's that they were part of this lifestyle. And when you're part of that lifestyle, you want to brag about it with your buddies, partially because society sees you as such fucking pigs and animals that you band together and you brag about it to each other because nobody else understands us. Ugh.
A long time ago.
And so these people weren't like, oh, Epstein, here you go. I know you'll like this. No, they liked it too.
What's so important is we're talking about this 50th a birthday
50th
book
birthday.
that was assembled at the behest of Ghislaine Maxwell, where his friends all wrote.
By the way, Ghislaine Maxwell, Robert Maxwell, Mossad agent's daughter. By the by.
Something to celebrate his birthday. This was 2003, 5 years before he was ever prosecuted for anything. But it seems like people back then knew the story.
Yes, based on the things that were assembled in this book, you can clearly see that. The first thing that came out yesterday,
the drawing,
that part we had.
Which, by the way, Donald Trump says, not my signature, even though it was in the Epstein estate and presumably done in 2003, long before he even considered running for president.
Right.
And he's saying, well, it must be an auto pen or something.
You buying this? Look, I get it. You like him as president. You voted for him, everything else. I'm not saying Trump's done anything with underage girls. The Miss Teen USA stuff is kind of creepy. The way he talked about his daughter is creepy. There's a little bit of smoke, don't get me wrong. But he definitely had something to do with this pedo creep.
Why would the Epstein estate have an auto pen?
Makes no sense.
Anyway, so here's another drawing that was released.
Our Standards and Practices has asked us to alter this picture because we cannot show you an image of a woman that presumably is performing a sex act on.
Wait, was that a woman performing a... Hold on a minute. Go back to that original photo. Oh, they did alter the photo. They scribbled out... Oh, they scribbled out a part where it's supposed to be as... Oh, fucking gross. It looked like she was like massaging his leg or something because TMZ obscured the photo. Oh, you fucking dogs.
The person on the lounge chair.
They've asked us to crop this image. And this one is beyond creepy when you really break it down. So on the left, 1983, which would have been when Jeffrey Epstein was 30 years old, you have a drawing of a man.
It's him grooming girls. That's what this birthday card is. It's him being a groomer. Ugh. By the way, anyone else, I don't know what it is. I think we've watched too many stories with the smoke detectors going off. Does anybody else watch things like this and expect to hear a smoke detector beep? It's in my head.
And presumably Epstein handing balloons to 3 young girls. And then on the right, you have the 2003 image, again, presumably of Epstein.
Oh, and there's the
laying
plane
down
coming in.
at the beach with 4 women.
This is the plane that has Bill Gates and Bill Clinton and Alan Dershowitz and all those guys. That's the Epstein plane.
Sort of servicing him, rubbing his feet, massaging him, and there's a plane flying.
Can we get a birthday card where it shows one of these women stabbing him in the neck like he's a Ukrainian on a bus?
Over palm trees. So that seems to be the depiction of Epstein Island.
Epstein Island.
It's not just massaging him. This woman right here is...
Which we've censored is performing a sex act on him.
So this is...
So what that
again,
really is showing...
Wait, was that one? Did I get what... I told you guys, I am hearing smoke detectors where there might not be. I thought I just heard one.
Which we've censored is performing a sex act on him.
So this is...
Did you hear it? Am I crazy or did you hear it? One more time. There was a smoke detector. I'm turning it up a little bit. I'm sorry for how loud this is going to be.
So it is performing a sex act on him.
So this is...
So what...
Right after you hear the can open.
Performing
right there. Okay. In 1 second, you're going to hear it.
Sex act on him.
So this is...
So what that
again,
really is showing...
That was 1,000% a smoke detector beeping. Is it are they playing tricks on black people at workplaces now? Is this like a thing they're doing to black people, to mock them secretly?
Drawn in 2003.
Well, 2003, but I think the 1983 is key also because what it's showing is he groomed these young
these
women.
Are the same women just 20 years later.
Yes.
And this is his birthday book bragging about it. Can we dig him up and reanimate him and kill him again?
And that is
Well,
like
that's
you
not,
said, that's really
right.
interesting.
It's not news that he was into this. What's news is that in
everybody else knew
2003,
it.
everybody
Right.
knew.
Right.
Because remember, that drawing was done by one of his friends.
Wait. Is this a hoax too? Is this an Obama and Hillary and... Dude, the only way you're going to hold Trump's feet to the fire on this is if the people support him, turn their back on him for this until he starts singing the right tune. It's not a hoax. It's not a fake thing. It's not fake news. This is legit, and you knew this guy, and you gave him a birthday card, and you need to talk about it. Or at least let other people talk about it. Subi with $20. Thank you very much, Subi.
I have sworn on the altar of God, total resistance against every form of tyranny, against the mind of men.
Subi with $20 writes, "And fatigue is real." I mean, look, I think there are people that are becoming popular right now, that are becoming popular because they've had the same message for a long time and people are starting to gravitate towards it. You Need Me More with $3 says, money. Thank you so much for the money. 130 away from today's goal. All right, we're getting closer. Can we get to 100 by 9:30? We are $30 away from a hundo. Let's stay on track. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. We'll do Erica. We'll do the rally. And let's see. Do I have any? I've got a couple WPH stories that we can do if you'd like. Smash and grab robbery. You'll like that one. There you go. I got a couple WPH stories for you. You get under $100 by 9:30. You get those green sirens out. I'll do what the audience asks me to do. I'll honor the paying customers, as it were. Thank you, Subi, for the $20. 130 away from this morning's goal. 93 gifted memberships away from 500. Yes, Dexter Morgan says Clinton was in a blue dress with ruby red shoes. Yeah, that is a fucked up painting, and that clearly was a painting he posed for. Mad Move says, is the chainmail coming out? If the goal gets hit, yeah, you know what? WPH and the chainmail and the tunic comes out for the rest of the show once the goal is hit. So if the goal gets hit in the next 5 minutes, I'll strap it on for the next hour. If it gets hit at 10:15, I'll do it for 15 minutes. All right, deal. Your terms are acceptable. Now let's see if you guys can chip in and knock out that 130 or at least $30 in the next 6 minutes, and the goal is intact. All right, we have a dog attack during a domestic disturbance caught on caught on body cam. You guys want to start placing your bets? You guys want to start making guesses? Logan County Sheriff's Office reports that some of their deputies were attacked by dogs when they responded to a domestic disturbance. What do you think? By the way, Wildcard gifting a membership on YouTube. Thank you. Hey, we need to see those YouTube memberships go up. And we're doing all our members only shows. I promise you. We did one yesterday. We're doing another one this weekend. You guys get those memberships up. I'll do more of them. Why don't we play a game called Guess the Dog? I've got news for you. It ain't a Chihuahua. Let's see what kind of puppy, what kind of good boy attacked these officers.
That's right. Responders tried asking the suspect to leave his yard to talk several times. When he didn't comply, the deputies tried coming to him when his dogs began to attack and wouldn't stop.
It'd be funny if they were like, the police told the man to come off his property and talk to them. When the man refused, the cops shot one of his dogs in the head and said, "Motherfucker, we ain't asking." That's how they would have done this in El Paso.
The deputy and others had to be defensive, and as a warning to our viewers, some of this video may be disturbing. A dog attack caught on camera by Logan County.
All right, get ready. What is it?
Deputies.
Holy shit.
The sheriff's office multiple.
I don't know what those were. I don't know if those were pit bulls, dude. Those might be something else. I might be wrong on this one.
Deputies were responding to a domestic disturbance in Guthrie on Labor Day. The yard filled with several dogs. The victim claiming the animals had kept her off the property for years.
The Logan County Sheriff's Office. Come out and talk to us. We're not going anywhere. Come out and talk to us.
After multiple attempts to get the suspect to talk,
Dude, I don't know how much of a gun you need to take down those dogs, but I'm looking at the gun they're going to use. That'll do the trick.
deputies went into the fenced-in yard to find the suspect.
Oh, this is definitely a pit bull house, though.
As he retreated to a shed.
He went, oh, he's got a widow puppy. Even if that is a demon monster pit bull, he's just a widow guy. He's such a good boy. He's going to grow up to kill somebody and eat their throat, but he's such a good boy right now. Probably yawns and it's all hyper. And then when he gets older, he's going to eat a child. But like right now, he's a good boy and a good puppy. Look at the little guy. Put the puppy down and let him go. Well, don't put the puppy down. The other dogs will eat his head. But hey, what are we doing backing into a shed like that? You think they can't shoot you in your shitty, falling apart shed?
The pack of dogs swarmed the deputy. According to the incident report.
Oh, yeah, you can't fuck around with that. Is that a pit, though? I mean, it's got that big steroid head. That might be, yeah, I think that's a pit bull, but it's like a pit bull mutt. So, I'm just saying a golden retriever probably doesn't do that. Holy shit, look at those fangs, though. God damn. You could rifle butt him, but he'd probably eat the rifle butt like a sandwich. You got to cap him.
The deputy felt nibbling around his legs. Then...
Oh.
Ow! Ow!
The pack began to bite his legs and backside, knocking him to the ground.
Yeah, you got to start capping these fucking things.
According to the report, he shot at the dogs after they continued to bite and chase him.
Holy
In this video,
shit.
You can see another deputy holding the dogs off with pepper spray as they tried to hop the fence. The suspect was taken into custody. The deputy drove himself to an area hospital to get his bites examined.
Did the dogs
The
die?
victim told deputies none of the dogs were vaccinated. The undersheriff told KOCO the injured deputy is expected to be okay.
Now, wait a minute. Did he fire shots? Like, did the dogs die or gun drawn? Doggo didn't die? What's the deal here? Also, that deputy was showing a shitload of restraint. Go back. Did they say at any point?
The pack began to bite his legs and backside, knocking him to the ground. According to the report, he shot at the dogs after they continued to bite and chase him. In this video, you can see another deputy holding the dogs off with pepper spray.
I can't imagine that guy with that dilapidated shed and being called on for a domestic disturbance, I can't imagine he trained those dogs very well. I mean, shit, they weren't even vaccinated. Well, he clearly didn't want his dogs to get autism.
As they tried to hop the fence, the suspect was taken into custody.
Okay, so we didn't get any word on whether or not the dogs were killed. I mean, they deserved it. Deputy was attacked by dogs. Defensive shooting. Pack of dogs swarmed the deputy. We don't have any word. According to the incident report, chased him. Deputy's expected to be okay.
At 5 o'clock, a local deputy rushed to the hospital. A suspect behind bars and a couple of dogs shot to death.
Oh, okay.
KOCO's
So
Abigail
he got a
Ogle live in
couple.
the newsroom with us. And Abby, you're breaking down how this wild story unfolded.
He got a
Jess,
couple
a lot to
of
get
them.
to here. Really a truly terrifying moments for a Logan County deputy on Labor Day. Here's what we know right now from new documents that we obtained today here in the KOCO newsroom. Logan County deputies responded to a rural home in Guthrie near Highway 33 and South Broadway Monday night. A victim called 911 saying she was in a loud and violent argument with the suspect. One of the responding deputies said he could hear a man yelling through the phone, throwing trash cans around. The victim claims that this man had not let her onto this property in 3 years. She claims it is also her property and that when she would try, he would send the dogs out.
I will say this. This woman is bold to admit that that's her property. Although she hasn't been allowed on it for 3 years, so she doesn't have to take responsibility for how it looks.
When deputies arrived, they say 6 dogs tried to bite through the fence, while the suspect, who was standing outside, was armed with a rifle. One of the deputies tried to use pepper spray to get the dogs to back away, but it did not work.
Next time, just use a Predator drone, all right? Enough with the fucking around. Just a Predator drone will do just fine. It can take them out from orbit. Jesus. Chips and Div says, this finally does answer the question, who let the dogs out? Thank you. I fucking hate you. I hate your guts for that one. $2 from 383 Novocaine says, another story not on social media. All right, we'll check this one out. 125 away from today's goal. Guys, it is 9:32. We are officially behind. Can you help out the toe as we're getting closer and closer to today's goal? Can you help us out? Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. We have we have about 58 minutes left, and we are 125 away from the goal. If you could help out, boy, we sure would appreciate it because we're having such a good week so far, and we'd like to see that good week finish up. Nope, this is a Black Lives Matter story. This is a WPH story. I already said that the audience we can't do WPH stories unless they get that goal down there. I gotta be consistent in our policy. I did say $50 a long time ago, so let's get that knocked out, and let's call it a win for the toe. Chips and Diff, who made the who let the dogs out reference, says, I'll be here all week. We have a policy here on Steel Toe that we don't make vicious threats to people. And you making a who let the dogs out reference and then telling people you'll be here all week, I think that does constitute. I think everyone in the chat now feels threatened. So I need you to withdraw that statement and say that you may be here all week. All right, this is kind of a cool thing. This isn't going to make you angry. This isn't going to make you mad. In fact, this is a good thing. Encouraging children to read. My youngest daughter has completely fallen in love with reading. And she'll read the books that she has in her room. She'll read on her tablet. She really enjoys it. And she's in first grade. And when she tested out last week, she was 98% in reading. Ridiculous. It's unbelievable. So it really does matter. I mean, not only reading to your kids is important, but I think more important, encouraging them to read on their own is very, very good. I think both my daughter and my son tested in for challenge math, which I know they didn't get from me because I am dog shit at it. Oh, that reminds me, 125 away from the goal. It's good for me to tell you that I'm dog shit at math and then remind you where the money's at today. This is a cool story out of Indianapolis. Finally, some good news today. Maybe not. This is what we're destined for, a spinning wheel of death.
New book-filled vending machines in Greenwood community schools are gaining the attention of students. Take a look here. WRTV's Southside community reporter Rachel Wilkerson shares how they are helping educate kids.
It's more than a vending machine. It's about putting
I will say this, the Green Bay Packers logo on the side can fuck right off, but otherwise you're doing good for the kids. I'll overlook it. Plus, Packer fans can't read.
free books in the hands of children. The school hopes this initiative will help spark a love for reading and boost literacy.
One book coming right up.
With a free coin and push of a button, fourth graders.
Oh, a free coin. Cool. I was like, oh, they got to pay? So, this is just a way for the school to make money off the kids? This is like opening a library, but, charging them for it. Okay, cool. No, that kid kind of looks like my boy a little bit. But it would suck. We have a positive story. It's so nice. It's so great. But the way America's going right now, the parents start investigating what's in the book vending machine, and it's all just really fucked up LGBTQ shit. You're God damn it, of course. I was ready to be positive.
At Southwest Elementary say the machine inspires them.
I see so many books that I really like. I see books for my little brother, and I see...
Okay, so we got the Llama, Ranger Rick, something about a llama, the Shark Tooth Fairy, Fancy Nancy, Time for Puppy School, Splat the Cat, Clark the Shark, All right, good. So far, nothing bad. Nothing, no handsy transy or it's okay for gay. Like none of that stuff. Good.
Books for my bigger brother. I really like it. I like the lights on it. It has a lot.
All right, I saw a Dwayne The Rock Johnson children's book. She-Hulk, The Light Inside. I'm not sure what that one is. Raya, some Marvel book. Wilma. My eyes are old.
The lights on it.
Ways to Share. That's good. I mean, certainly don't learn that from me. Hocus Pocus, Going to the Sea Park. Like SEA, not like the cunt park. That would be inappropriate.
It has a lot of great books for kids that need help with reading. I really like history books, and I want to learn about what it was before 2025 or something.
Ancient history before 2025. Oh, kids, let me tell you about Y2K. Kids, look, you have a 6-year-old kid. They're like, I really want to learn about history from before I was born. One time, a bunch of Muslims hijacked airplanes and crashed them into the World Trade Centers, and Jews knew about it and didn't tell us. Fucking kid goes screaming, where are you going? I was ready to share my passion for history. Damn it. I want to learn about history. Well, honey, do you think that you could possibly burn bodies and execute people if there's wooden doors on the facility? That doesn't make any sense. No, get him away from her. We don't. Nick Fuentes does not need to be your history teacher.
Really fun to read, and you get to take AR quizzes.
This is possible through a partnership with Williams Comfort Air and Mr. Plumber.
We wanted to put it front and center. Our kids come in our front door, and on the very first day of school, it was the very first thing everybody got to see. And you better believe
that's just awesome. That's why you need to protect small businesses too, because small businesses, like this local plumbing company, are I got a wild hair up my ass one day. We're making good money this year. We need to get some, money off the books so we can, we're not paying shitloads of, capital gains, profit taxes, shit like that. Let's buy a vending machine to help kids learn how to read. Walmart and Target doesn't do that, for the local school. They might donate to different educational causes, but a local plumbing company will just give shit directly to the school.
they were.
The local Midland Armory can give the teachers guns.
Asking lots of questions. Wow, what is that? The lights were going off. It's very exciting.
Principal Beth Henry says anything.
People think that if you give teachers guns, it'll be more dangerous for the kids. I think it's fine because, one, they can stop school shooters, which is good. If they should be trained. And number two, if you know anything about teachers, you know the only people they're going to hurt is themselves.
They can do to encourage students to set technology aside and pick up a good book instead.
Reading is so important, and studies show
the
that 20
pug.
minutes a day increases a student's opportunity to perform better on assessments later in life. It's financially rewarding. There's so many opportunities that come from knowing how to read.
In Greenwood, I'm your Southside community reporter.
Awesome. Should get more of those in every school. Little vending machine. Plus, the kids are gonna like getting the coins and you get the little coin. You get to take the coin. You get to put it in the thing, and then you get to go and get the book. It feels like you're like buying something, you know. Red Fox Mad with $1 says, Aaron, when is the next steel toe golf tournament? We should do one more before winter. I'm not organizing another one of those. That was a one-time thing. People wanted me to do it. I was happy to do it. I was glad we did it, but I'd rather just go and enjoy a day of golf. Thank you. Redbird with $2 says, Aaron, doesn't matter how much money we throw at you or how many years we've kept you supplied with Little Debbie's cream pies, you still howl like the IRS is twisting your arm. Never change. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. I just want to read this from SMCJMK. I know you guys don't give a shit about this or whatever, but he says, imagine this idiot reading to his kids. Never happens. There is this weird coping mechanism these people need where, like, I have to be a certain thing. And if I'm not, it just breaks their brain so hard. Look, man, I'm really glad that I'm not those people. I mean, it's just such a sad existence, but luckily they're mentally ill enough to not know they're crazy, which is a plus. Hey guys, we got about 50 minutes left in today's show. We are 125 away from today's goal. So we are close, but not that close. Let's see if we can get in there and knock it out and make it another win for the toe. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. I cannot reiterate enough. It has been a killer week so far. Let's not struggle now. Keep it up, and let's do this. Boy, I have made SMCJCK really fucking mad today. I'm sorry, buddy. You are the butt of our joke, like I always say. But hey, you will always believe that you're the man. Don't change. It's probably why you're alone. Sorry, that was mean. Ryan the Garbage Man says, is your internet being fucky? I switched to YouTube and it's still not very good. No, everything's great over here. Everything's good. Could be a you thing, or it could be a me thing that none of the statistics or data is telling me about. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. Mad Move says SMC equals Christian Wyatt. No, I think it's just a guy who's really bitter and angry. Again, I was supposed to, they thought, they were like, hey, this show that's been around long before we knew he was around, and his audience supports him and it's totally self-sufficient. We're going to kill that show. And they didn't. And they kind of proved my point that the war's over and we won because they can't let it go. And now all I have to do is hit live and it breaks them inside. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, when all they need to do is sit back and enjoy us struggling to hit the goal. 125 away, let's get it, and then I can spend more time with you guys in the chat. We can have our fun. I'm not stressing during the stories. It's great. The New York Times wrote, a chef's kiss, self-unaware take. You would think they were a steel toe hater. There was no reflection at all here. They were wondering what was happening to Mexico City's food scene. Apparently, Mexico City used to have this vibrant cuisine culture. And the vibe is kind of dying a little bit. Now, some might say it's because of crime, cartels, drugs, the whole thing kind of turning into a shithole again. But the New York Times found another reason. They're upset that the Mexico City culture is disappearing. And what they found out was there are too many Americans coming to Mexico City. Imagine that. Too many foreigners are going into Mexico City and changing everything that the New York Times loves about their culture. So these people from another country are coming in demanding that their needs be met. And the yin to that yang is that now the culture that was there is kind of disappearing or shrinking. And the New York Times is pointing out that's not very good. Let me just say this for one of the first times. I agree with the New York Times. I think that the New York Times is spot on. I think people should commemorate their culture. They should be proud of their culture. They should not bend their culture to the whim of outsiders. Those outsiders should become part of that culture that already exists, that those people love. You don't have a right to go somewhere you aren't from and make them change everything they're proud of. So yes, Mexico City, stand up for yourself and your cuisine and don't change your culture. Make them assimilate to yours. And I would say that message should be universal. I hope the New York Times believes that as well. This is a rag that has pushed multiculturalism to some countries' detriment, almost to their death. And now they actually wrote an article titled, "What Happened to Mexico City's Food Scene? Americans." As restaurants change to reflect new tastes, local restrictions have ranged from fascination to fury, saying at some taquerias, locals grumbled that their beloved condiments were less spicy because of growing presence of foreigners. Then it was pizzerias opening on seemingly every corner and third wave coffee shops charging 100 pesos for a croissant. But in Mexico City, the visitors came quickly and many never left. Remote workers rushed to chic central neighborhoods like Condesa, Roma Norte, and Juarez, seeking less expensive housing and a favorable exchange rate. From 2020 to 2023, the number of temporary residents and renewals of temporary resident cards from the United States nearly doubled to about 24,000. Okay, think about that. 24,000 Americans come into Mexico, and it's enough to change Mexico City's cuisine, restaurant life, and culture. I don't want to hear any criticism from any Americans about Americans bitching about us losing our culture because people from other countries are coming in here. If Mexico can bitch about it, we can bitch about it. It only takes 24,000 people to change a culture enough that the locals become resentful. How many illegals do we have in this country again? Over 10 million? And it's amazing that the New York Times put this out, and in no way did they question themselves first. U.S. citizens make up less than 7% of foreigners living in Mexico City, yet their impact has been outsized. This is the New York Times, not me. Whole swaths of Mexico City's food scene, a point of immense pride, have been remade in the American image. It's all wine, cocktail bars, natural wine, all these New York-style restaurants that do the same super conceptual food where they just describe 3 ingredients, said Rocio Landeta, who runs a food tour company in Mexico City. At some point, it doesn't matter if you are in New York or Mexico City. See, now, replace those for just Americans saying things about their cities and you're a bigot. But say it in Mexico City and you're in the New York Times and they're lusting and becoming wistful for the days of yore. I have no problem with this article. I think it's great. Hey, Americans, stay on your own fucking side of the border if you want that tapas shit. Mexico has their food. Mexico City has their culture. Don't come in and fucking gentrify their shit. Same thing goes with America. If you come here, we got our stuff. Become part of our stuff. So yeah, Mad Moof is saying the Mexicans have white fatigue. 100, yes. The Mexicans have white fatigue. You're 100% accurate about that. And that's okay. So you tried to build a culture that you're proud of. You like what you've built, and you would like to keep it that way. Somebody tell me what's wrong. I don't think there's anything wrong with that attitude. I think that's totally fine. So good for you, New York Times. I'm sure you will not become instant hypocrites about this in like a day or two. I bet you will stick to this newfound truth that you have. And that we'll all be able to enjoy it. Papa Shab says, oh no, the white people are making our country better. Carlos Cameo says they want their $30 burger restaurants with the dim lighting and man bun, but in Mexico. Yes. Phantom X says Aaron just got back from his pee break right now, and liking Sam Cedar is such a red flag. I wonder if I'm more than 30 minutes behind. You are more than 30 minutes behind. I will tell you this, though. We're 125 away from today's goal, and this is not looking good. We have 40 minutes left. I'm starting to get nervous as all shit, so if you guys could do me a favor, if you love the show, please consider a rally. I would appreciate it. Positive steel toe. We're not going to get fucking crazy, weird about it today. I'm very happy with how the week's gone. And I think that if I keep it this way, you guys will respond. You're an awesome audience. So 125 away. I need you guys to hit up that Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. This first 4 hours of the show has been very light on all this. It's been very good. It's moved along very quickly. Let's start to gather some funds now. and get that goal down to 0. I got to go to the bathroom. I'm having an emptying kind of a day today. And I got to hit the head again. I'm getting very jittery and nervous. I hope that you guys can rally up while I'm gone and I can focus on doing the show. Thank you very much. I appreciate you guys. Think of throwing some money in. I took a big deep breath, stressing out a little, but I love you guys. I think you love the show, and I think we're going to get this thing hammered out. I just wish I could find I wish I could unlock that door, Wish I could figure out that magic formula that, like, when it gets down to 150 at 8 o'clock, you're like, holy shit, 2.5 hours to hit 150. I mean, we got that. Like, what is it that I need to do to finish that off and like knock it out? Because like the quality of the show stays the same. I'm just not hitting. By the way, we've done this, I think, with all 20, 25 and under contributions. So I appreciate that. I really want to avoid doing this part of the show. And again, believe me, I know that the show's doing great if this is my biggest problem. Is like, God, how do I avoid this last like 2.5 hours just being a desert? Like, how do I stop that? If that's my biggest problem, we're doing okay. Help me figure it out, because it's weird when I go back to the chat and there's nothing. It's just really, I'm just like, that certainly makes it even worse for me, where I'm like, oh, fuck, now what? Then I got Jeremy giving me shit for my language today because I said Jesus fucking Christ at the Epstein stuff. I'm just like, dude, I love Jeremy, but it's like, the reason people love this show is my natural reaction, my emotional reaction. It's unfettered, it's uncensored talk. Like, that's why people love Steel Toe, and that's what drives people nuts, is that people love Steel Toe for that reason. We offend a lot of people, too, because they're sensitive. But it's like, I can't think that and not say it. And he's like, oh, I had to shut you off at work. She said, Jesus fucking Christ. I would hope that the people at your work would hear about that Epstein birthday book and go, Jesus fucking Christ is right, Aaron. So I don't know what to tell you. Red Fox Mad with $2 says, Aaron, you should have an interview with Representative Dan Wolgamott. He's not running for his seat. He's going for a different seat. Okay. Yeah, Bapa Shab says, we love our fat jabbering idiot. Exactly. Exactly, but your fat jabbering idiot has made $25 in 2 hours, and now the last half hour of the show, a lot of it's going to be, unfortunately, dedicated to knocking out that 125, but in a positive way. So help out. I would appreciate it. Bring my stress levels down a little bit. All right, all I've got left is WPH shit, so fuck me in the ass. This is a smash and grab story in Chicago, of course. I will say this, to the thieves who did the smash and grab, they picked a swanky target. I got to give them that. Let's play this story. Hopefully you guys feel like contributing to what we're doing here. And I come back from this story and my muscles are less tense. Love you guys. Appreciate you. Help me out.
We're leaving work.
Oh, shit.
Using axes to smash their windows at the Rolex store and steal watches.
Our Marissa Sul.
The Rolex store. See, like these smash and grabs when you go into like mom and pop's jewelry store, and it's like, yeah, you're getting jewelry, but what quality are you getting? The Rolex store? Name brand. Good job.
Look, just spoke with the alderman in the area and has some new developments to share. Marissa?
And the alderman, he had to wrap up a phone call in which he was taking donations from a guy and then introducing policy that would then benefit that man's businesses. Dirty dealing going on in Chicago. The movie Barbershop is a documentary.
Joe and Eric, as you can see behind me, the windows are all boarded up here at the Rolex store after what took place. This happened around 2:30 this afternoon.
Honestly, I would just go with that look all around Chicago at this point, you know? Saves you some money, makes it look like it's intentional. Nobody can throw a rock through your shit. Everybody, I think every business in Chicago ought to just start boarding up its windows. Come on, we can call it robber chic, you know? We can give it a gimmick.
As people were walking by, some capturing this all on their phones. Robbers seen using axes to smash through the side window and display case on East Huron. They then reach in and grab a couple watches before they run off.
Holy shit, that is fucking smart. Like, instead of running in there and just smashing the whole place up and like trying to grab shit, like just make a little smash, reach in, grab a couple Rolexes, few $1,000s a piece, get out.
Some watches seen left dangling from the window.
I don't think Rolex thought could be broken. They found out the hard way. If you've got enough leverage on a hatchet, you could break through.
Alderman Brian Hopkins.
How the fuck is that guy the alderman? Oh, you know what? The Rolex neighborhood? Yeah, it makes sense that he's the alderman.
Says he does not recall a smash and grab like this in the middle of the afternoon when the streets are filled with tourists and shoppers. Chicago police say 4 men in masks broke the glass.
This was a successful robbery. They have recounted. They are missing watches. This was successful.
That sucks. How do you fence a stolen Rolex, though? Like, I suppose there's a guy in the hood. He'll take care of it for you.
Robbers fled in a red Nissan Murano and sent police on a chase down the Dan Ryan. They then crashed the SUV into a parked car near 69th and Peoria in the Englewood neighborhood.
Isn't that the way it always goes? Just almost got away with it, too.
Police scanner traffic says the men were seen throwing items out the windows, presumably watches.
Honestly, it's sad.
Lamont Evans is with the Restorative Project, a group that responds to violence in the community. We talked to him about how this happened.
That's got to be the most overwhelming job in Chicago. Hey, who are you? Well, we're like the crisis violence response team. We try to fix that problem. Well, how do you wake up most mornings? Pretty much in sheer terror and a general sense of hopelessness. Thanks.
President Trump is threatening to bring the National Guard to Chicago.
If we bring more resources to the community, more jobs, more federal funding, then maybe we wouldn't have to deal with the backlash of things like this.
Okay, but you understand you're not going to get more investment of resources into the community if there's Rolex robberies going on and people are stealing. Like, that's the problem, is you're like, well, maybe if you guys just put businesses in here, that's that you're working backwards. You need to get the crime rate down so that the businesses see your community as an investment that will make them money. And then going, if we could just get more federal funding. Yeah, because that's what the inner city is lacking. Taxpayer dollars being pumped in, being via welfare and food stamps and other things. It's like, this needs to be a cultural change. I'm sorry, but something in those neighborhoods has to change before anything good happens. Like, you can't have this lazy attitude where you go, hey, give me stuff and then I'll be good. No, you have to be good first, and then stuff will come, because people will go, oh, there's people out here with money who can buy groceries and stuff like that, and the crime is pretty low. This is a good spot to open a grocery store. We don't have any competition. We'll clean house. But you got people doing smash and grabs and shit, like getting in high-speed chases. People aren't going to want to build businesses there. So you can't say like, oh, man, just give us more federal money. Just give us more resources and jobs. I promise we'll behave. I'm sorry that I have to explain this to people like they're 3, but like, prove to us you can behave and you'll get good things.
We were able to arrest these 6 offenders. I'm not sure what the National Guard could have done.
Tonight, police were seeing...
I think the National Guard thing, I think what I think and a lot of other people think is just their presence is a deterrent. that, like, there's not a lot of cops on the beat in Chicago. They're not, like, walking the streets. But all of a sudden you see a National Guardsman walking by and he's armed and everything else. You go, yeah, maybe I shouldn't smash the window of that Rolex store. That guy looks like he means business.
Collecting evidence outside the Rolex store as they continued their investigation. People walking by in shock by the debris and scene left behind. In the end, Chicago police say 6 men were arrested.
I wonder what the rap sheet
Chicago police
was.
say there were no injuries reported. Alderman Hopkins says that 9 watches were recovered from that scene in Inglewood, but the Rolex store is doing their own inventory check to see if more watches might be out there.
Here's the thing. If they're really damaged, though, might as well just make an insurance claim. If they're, like, especially Rolex, like, people don't want damaged Rolexes. It's not going to go your way. All right. Well, we're back in the chat. Still 125 away. Guys feel like doing anything? You feel like knocking this bad boy out today? I sure would be happy if we did. We've had a great week so far. But we're inside a half hour left. Still 125 away. $1 from Redbird says, why is the problem that we aren't getting enough free shit while we force a business to put up with our bullshit every fucking time? Well, it's just that whole attitude is backwards, you know? Just, again, it's like I said, oh, just give us more shit and we promise we'll be good. It's like, no, you guys got to fix what's going on over there. You know, you can't complain about food deserts. And then when you ask the last few grocery stores that left the area, why'd you leave? And they're like, because they were robbing us blind and there was violent crime and our employees didn't feel safe. That's, if you fix that problem, those businesses stay. Like, grocery stores don't go, ew, black people, we're pulling up stakes. No, the grocery store opened knowing there were plenty of black people there. But if the money's green and they can promise their employees safety and they can promise that their product will stay on their shelves, they will stay open. Nothing succeeds like success. But if they're getting smashed and grabbed and people don't want to travel down to that neighborhood to shop because they feel like it's unsafe, that's not the grocery store's fault that they moved their location. Something has to change. 125 away from today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. I love you guys. If we lose today, I'm losing smiling. But I love you guys. I think you're great. I think you're amazingly supportive of this show. I think we can hit that 125. I am not going to have a day where we take an L and I'm angry and I'm like, we can do it. Come on, fuck. I have a weird vibe about today. I have a bad feeling about today. So I'm gonna take it in stride. We've been doing a great job. Thank you. Walter with $5 says, this is weird. Venmo support says they will let the rest of my 100 go through if Aaron just says he will vote for JD. I'm voting for JD Vance. I love JD Vance. I think he's the future of America, Walter. I was confused. I thought they said JD Green, the old baseball player. So, yes, Walter, absolutely. For the rest of your $100, JD Green should be our next president. And maybe this Peter Thiel guy isn't even so bad. Matter of fact, I think he's great. That brings us down to 120 for today. Thank you, Walter, for setting me straight. I appreciate it. Aaron, are you that big of a whore for your goal? How long have you been watching this show? Fauci's Pangolin says, no, you get mad, damn it. Nah, I'm not going to do it today. Because like I said, I got a bad vibe. So I'm not going to get mad and have a bad vibe. I'm happy about the way you guys have been doing this week. You've been doing a fucking incredible job. And I think you're awesome. So I ain't going to do it. Thermodyne Diesel with 10 gifted memberships on Rumble. Thank you, Thermodyne. Uh-oh.
Yeah, why would you call him gay?
Oh, my God.
Why would you?
Holy shit. Holy shit. Thermodyne is now at 55 for the week. Thank you, buddy. And that puts Thermodyne Diesel in 4th place. Thermodyne is at 55. Random Bacon is in the cuck chair at 50. And Jeremy falls out of the cuck chair at $50. Thank you very much. $1 from Redbird says, do you know how bad a community has to be if it's full of guaranteed government checks for food and they still won't go in? Holy shit. That is a great point, Redbird. Yeah, I mean, this is a community where people are given food specifically for the reason, given money specifically for the reason of food. Free money for food. And the grocery stores go, we're going to pull up stakes. We're out of here. We can't do this. That is a great point, Redbird. That is bad. Walter with $80 says, wow, it finally went through. So weird. See, all I had to do was pledge my allegiance to JD Vance. Thank you, Walter, for the $80.
Yeah, why would you call him gay?
Oh my God!
Why would you?
Holy shit! Holy shit! Well, guys, you know what that means. See, positivity is a good thing. It pays dividends, and being a whore for Walter pays dividends. Ladies and gentlemen.
But I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
We are $10 over for tomorrow, and it's another win for the toe. And we are also 83 gifted memberships away from 500, which would be our all-time record. Mad Move says this is the power of HIV positivity. Well, guys, I made you a promise. And it is time for me to keep that promise for the next 20 minutes. If you'll excuse me for one moment, I'll be right back. Das heißt Erika. All right, let's have some fun. I said I'd put it on for the rest of the show when you guys knocked out the goal. Ask and you shall receive. Thank you so much for your generosity. So now Walter is at 80. Hold on a minute. 85, 95, 100. And I think he gave 5 earlier this week. So Walter is at 105. That's going to put him firmly in second place at 105. Lab Glass in third at 85. Main Vein in fourth with 62. And Thermodyne now in the cuck chair at 55. And now Random Bacon falls out of the cuck chair at $50. There we go. Well, there you go, guys. You want, see? We make a deal. I hold up my end of the deal. Everybody's having fun. And now we've knocked out every goal this week again, and you guys only have one more left. Holy balls. Thank you so much. All right, let's get to the story that someone sent in. They said this should be the WPH story. Black Lives Matter activist murdered in his own hood after sparking hands up, don't shoot hoax. I have not heard about this story. Let's take a look-see.
Yeah, boy, oh boy, oh boy. So once again, we got to talk about another tragic story that is probably going to fly under the radar of the mainstream.
Now, who is this guy? G. Foreman. I'm guessing it's not George Foreman. It's called Black Conservative Perspective. I don't know who this guy is.
Yeah, even though this story has something to do with a national news story that I think was the beginning of the prime of the BLM movement, okay, which is the Michael Brown story, okay? Everybody should be familiar with that story of Michael Brown.
You mean Michael Brown? Yeah, I'm familiar with the Michael Brown story. By the way, a guy wearing a Crusader outfit and talking about shit like this, I understand the optics very well. My career's over. Don't worry about it. I remember the Michael Brown story. That was the one where the cop was being punched in his fucking face in his police car, and then Michael Brown tried to grab his gun, and then the gun went off inside the car in between the officer's feet. So, and then when Michael Brown went away, he ran off, the officer got out of his car to give pursuit, and Michael Brown charged at the officer, causing the officer to have to shoot and kill Michael Brown. Oh, but you remember it more as the hands up, don't shoot story. Remember that? Remember when the media said, oh yeah, eyewitnesses at the scene said, oh yeah, Michael Brown said, don't shoot. Never. All of the forensics did not back that up. The dash cam, the body cam, did not back that up. And the officer was acquitted and the whole deal, but the black people were told that by the media that this was an injustice and this was racial and everything else. Nope. Michael Brown was another dickhead who fucked around and found out.
Hands up, don't shoot.
That's the other weird thing about, the weird thing about white people is this. White people don't say, well, the black guy was fucking around with the cop. I'm fine if they shot him. They say if anyone's fucking around with the cop, shoot him. I've never seen white people come out and defend a white guy for doing the same shit a black guy does to get shot by cops. In fact, I would say some white people are even like, you dumb fuck, you know better, you stupid asshole. White people have this attitude of good, fuck him if he's not if he's gonna try to beat people up and be a hazard to society. I would argue that white people are probably a little too cozy with the cops. I think white people sometimes give the cops a little too much benefit of the doubt, but they don't play favorites. They don't play favorites based on skin color because they're like, they yield. I think most white people err on the side of the police in almost every shooting. I haven't.
Turns out to be a hoax. Okay, Michael Brown was trying to assault a police officer and he lost his life. But yet the narrative around it was that, he was running away and he turned around and put his hands up and said, don't shoot. And the officer executed him anyways, right? That is
right. All never times that happens. You're right. You've seen those stories where, our police officers are just bloody-toothed madmen, and a guy raises their hands and goes, please, officer, don't shoot me. And he goes, it's not your lucky day, motherfucker, and just blows their head off. It happens all the time.
Story that was told, but it turns out that story was false, right? It was
Remember when Trayvon Martin just wanted to eat his Skittles and drink his iced tea, not make lean? And he was just walking through a neighborhood, walking under the eaves of houses in the dark of night, right outside people's windows as it was raining. And he was, just minding his own business, looking into people's windows. And this George Zimmerman guy just followed him home and shot him in cold blood. Wasn't jumped by Trayvon Martin, didn't bash George Zimmerman's head into the ground. Now, George Zimmerman's a giant piece of shit. I agree with you. In fact, my thing on the George Zimmerman, Trayvon Martin thing is, two morons behaved like dipshits and one of them died.
Story that was a false narrative that was pushed by the mainstream liberal media, Democrats, liberals, and pro-black activists. And that sparked a lot of chaos and destruction in this country. Looting, violence, all of the acts of domestic terrorism that we've seen associated with the Black Lives Matter movement. I think
what's the point of this story that you sent me?
This incident involving Michael Brown and the hands up, don't shoot narrative, which again turned out to be false. And in this story, we got to talk about one of the individuals who was responsible for the hands up, don't shoot narrative, Mr. Dorian Johnson, who was shot and killed in Ferguson. Okay.
Oh, damn. So the guy who started the whole hands up, don't shoot thing got shot and killed. Uh-oh.
Literally down the street from where Michael Brown was killed, this guy also lost his life. And you can guess that it wasn't a police officer. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get into this.
Shooting is giving flashbacks to Ferguson and the killing of Michael Brown Jr. This man, Dorian Johnson, was with Michael Brown the day he was shot and killed by police. Now we're learning Johnson has been shot and killed. Early this morning...
Do you see a pattern here? Like who you involve yourself with, who you hang out with kind of becomes your identity?
Shots were fired in a Ferguson neighborhood and rumors started swirling about who was involved. That shooting happened on Abaco Court, just east of West Florissant Avenue. First Alert 4 started...
Goddamn white people coming into black neighborhoods, killing innocent black men. I'm tired of it.
Making phone calls to find...
I understand how fucking crazy that looks as I look over at OBS and I see a man in a tunic and chainmail being sarcastic about race. It's a little fucky.
Doubt if the rumors were true, and we have confirmed the man shot and killed at the scene was Michael Brown Jr.'s friend, Dorian Johnson. Our Jordan Burrell joins us in the news.
So essentially, the guy who started a national wave of violence, a national wave of violent riots and protests, got shot and killed. Remember, this guy knows that Michael Brown did not put his hands up and said, don't shoot. But he told the police that, and he told the media that anyway. And that kicked off the whole thing.
With more details as reaction begins to pour in tonight, Jordan.
Yeah, good evening, Morgan. It's a sad Sunday for many in Ferguson and beyond tonight. Many mourning the loss of Dorian Johnson, the man who made national headlines for being the friend who was last with Michael Brown Jr. before he was killed.
So wait a minute. The news is not going to report this and say, oh, yeah, and remember that whole thing was a hoax? See, now, if Trump said that the hands up, don't shoot thing was a hoax, that would be using the word hoax properly. But, like, the media isn't going to go, oh, yeah, Dorian Johnson, the piece of shit who caused people's businesses to burn down. Nope. They're going to go, Michael Brown, Dorian Johnson, the hero who was with Michael Brown when he got shot. Like, to these media people, they have memory hold this in a way where Michael Brown is still the victim. Deus vult. No, sorry. I'm wearing the thing. God wills it.
On social media, people call the 33-year-old a St. Louis and Ferguson legend that is gone way too soon.
A legend? He's an asshole. He made up a lie that got businesses burned down and people were hurt. How the...
The man and friend of Michael Brown Jr., Dorian...
Michael Brown was a gentle giant, by the way.
Johnson was there when police shot and killed Brown more than 10 years ago. First Alert 4 spoke to him shortly after that incident. He recalled the death of his friend.
He shot again, and once my friend felt that shot, he turned around and he put his hands in the air, and he started to get down, but the officer still approached with his weapon drawn, and he fired several more shots.
Which, by the way, not what fucking happened at all. We're not going to correct that in this story, are we? We're not going to correct it. By the way, Dorian Johnson didn't say, oh, yeah, he went through the car window of the officer, started punching him and going for his gun. A shot fired inside the car. No, Dorian Johnson left that part out.
Sunday, 33-year-old Johnson became a victim himself, not even a mile from the spot that his friend was shot and killed 11 years ago in the 9,000 block of Abaco Drive.
Boy, and no cops and no white people for miles. Who are you going to blame for this one, I guess? You're dying a mile away from where you grew up. Seems like a song too often sung in those communities. It's kind of fucking heartbreaking. I wish we'd be dedicated to finding a solution instead of excuses.
Ferguson police say
I understand how weird that looks coming from a man in a tunic and chainmail.
Called around 8:30 Sunday morning for a man that had been shot. They say Dorian Johnson later died at the hospital from his injuries. First Alert 4 reached out to Dorian Johnson's family.
Nice fucking pink caddy, bro. That is it's way more important than a retirement account.
But they have not responded. We spoke to his grandmother, Brenda Johnson, back in 2015 after Johnson and his
brother... Why not talk to his mom? Or his dad? Why are we talking to his what does she fucking know? Everybody's an angel to their grandma.
were arrested. She had concerns about Dorian and their family after he made national headlines during the Ferguson unrest.
Dorian has this target on his back, so it makes it easy. You know, well, if we can't get to you, we'll get your brothers. We'll get your...
This is the fucking problem. Your grandson is a criminal. It's not a conspiracy. Nobody's out to get him. Hang out with hoodlums, become a hoodlum. No sense of fucking responsibility, man. It's like an addict. You cannot fix the problem until you admit you have one.
Family, we'll get anybody that's close to you.
Ferguson police confirmed that an individual in custody and warrants have been applied for with the St. Louis County Prosecutor's Office. While the investigation continues, an outpouring of love and support for Johnson and his family floods social media timelines. In 2015, Johnson filed a civil rights lawsuit against the city of Ferguson, the former police chief Thomas Jackson, and the officer who shot Brown. That suit was dismissed by both parties at the end of 2024.
Because this fucking horseshit.
Live in the newsroom, Jordan.
All right, what does the black conservative have to say about this? I've never heard this guy before. I'm interested to hear his take.
Wow. So what you have here is the most common reason for why black men lose their lives. That's never talked about. That's never discussed. There never any protests. There never any outrage. When a black man loses his life in the way that this individual lost his life, which is at the hands of what is almost certainly another black person.
And it's like, you know, talking about the problems in the black community really does remind me of like being a father, having children, because you really do, like, you give a shit. Like, I don't want these neighborhoods to be shit. This stuff spills over. It makes us all look bad. So it's like, I want you to acknowledge that you're doing something wrong. I want you to acknowledge that these neighborhoods are not being run and handled properly. I want you guys to admit that there's an issue. We're not trying to chastise you. We're trying to save your fucking life. Yeah, can the cops be dicks? Yes, they can be downright fascists, but they're not killing you. Statistically, they're not. We're trying to save your life. We don't want to see your neighborhoods go up in flames and gun smoke and all. We don't want it to be the Wild West. But in order for this shit to get fixed, you have to admit there's a problem. We can sit here and yell what the problem is till we're blue in the face, but when you can just dismiss us with, shut up, Whitey, you're racist, then it's not going to do anything. Until a guy like this isn't going to get through to them either, because the minute this guy is responsible and makes a little money, he's going to get the fuck out of Dodge. Because he doesn't want to be around it, because he probably wants to raise a family. So, like, we can't come in and fix it for you. We're asking you to admit that there's a problem. And the problem is not white people. We're gone. We left. The problem is not successful black men that abandon you. They leave because they want to be safe. The problem is coming from inside the house. And until you guys acknowledge that, we're not going to save any lives.
That's just reality. Now, the rumors were, when this first happened, that police were involved, that this was an officer involved.
Of course. And because how could it be anyone's fault but white cops?
Police came out and said, no, this is not officer involved. We don't have anything to do with this. And again, they have a suspect. So again, almost certainly, this is the type of violence that we commonly see in the black community. But yet, you have individuals who, again, are more focused on when black people lose their lives at the hands of white people or police officers, instead of when black people lose their lives at the hands of other black folk. So again,
I want to have this guy on the show. I want to reach out to this guy and see if he'll sit down and talk, because it sounds like he and I say the same fucking thing, but I'm an angry white man. If I say the same thing as this guy, I'm just angry whitey. So I'd like to have this guy on, this black conservative guy. And I, maybe not in the chainmail and the tunic playing this. I don't know if we should really do this, but maybe don't show him this clip. That would be a bad idea. I don't think we should have the black conservative on the show while this is bad. The optics like this right here. This is the kind of show you get when we hit the goal. Thank you very much to Main Vein with $10. Main Vein says, this is what I've been waiting for all day. You got it, buddy. Main Vein now at $72 for the tow, and you guys are $20 ahead for tomorrow morning. Thank you very much. Bapa Shab says the only thing going through their head is I'm black and I'm immune to consequences for my actions and bullets. I don't think there's that much thought given to it. It's when they say senseless violence, it's senseless violence in every sense of the word. Bapa Shab says, if I'm fighting cops, I fully expect to get shot and die, which is fine because I don't really care or like the police in my area. Oodles of Toodles says, I feel like Aaron's neighbors probably think of Aaron just like Gino's neighbors think of Gino, hearing N-words screamed at the top of lungs a dozen times a day. I don't say that word. Not only that, I live in I have a house. None of my neighbors fucking hear me. They're not close enough to hear me. I'm in a house in a beautiful neighborhood. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, Danny Saint. I apologize. My life is falling apart. Sorry I picked on your friend, you fucking pussy. Balls Deep with $2 says, for a dashiki for Black Power 20 minutes. I don't have a dashiki. Do I get a dashiki and then we monetize the dashiki? I don't know. Yankee says, no, they'll eventually turn to oil. Then we have something useful. That's he doesn't mean that's not a black thing. That is a fossil fuels reference. All right, guys, look, how much fun was this, huh? Last half hour of the show, we get the tunic and the chainmail. Probably pissed off and triggered a shitload of people today. It's just been a fun show in general. And I got a fuckload of clips. How many clips did I get? Between, I'm going to not do the Minnesota gun control one. I don't really give a shit. Got the Hassan one from last night. Oh, we didn't talk about John Reap. That story's getting old. We'll do that tonight. Hassan and Fuentes from last night. The Somali story from last night. We didn't really do Chad stuff. I'm not going to do the Chad thing. It was fucking boring. You guys tried to get me to watch some Chad stuff. The Charlotte story from today. We'll do that. The coach story from today, I want to clip that one. The Temecula story, the cop taser story in El Paso. Holy shit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 6 clips from the last couple of shows. Oh, my God. You know, 1 or 2 of them usually hit, so we're just going to keep casting wide nets every day. And we'll go 200, 300, 200, 300, 4,000. 3,000, 200, 400, 200, 300, 200, 300, 5,000, 3,000. I think that's how we're going to grow this bad boy. Thank you very much for being here today. Crowder Wears Panties with $2 says, need to check this out sometime. Okay, let's take a look-see. It is Tyler Oliveira. I investigated Murder City, death, drugs, and serial killers. Okay, great. Crowder Wears Panties, if you follow me on Twitter or Facebook or anything like that, or email aaronimholtradio@gmail.com, go ahead and send me that link so I have it kind of in the offing. Bapa Shab says, can you get banned from Rumble for blackface? Do they even care? Seems like a bunch of money Jews, Arabs, and reptiles poured a bunch of money in this platform and left it. Maybe. All right, guys, we'll take it easy. See you later. We're having a fucking fine time today. We'll be back at 6 o'clock for the evening show. Thank you for your generosity.